Hi, my name's Bob Grenier, and I'm a volunteer with the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project. So welcome to this O-Day, Crop Circles, this Sunday, 29th of September 2024. So, can everyone hear me? Is the sound level okay? Excellent. Well, I have been wanting to come back to the topic of crop circles for a long time. And I want to show you how I got into thinking about them, at least just briefly, nearly 40 years ago, thanks to my father. Yes, the very same high-level mason that decided he would show me multiple lights in the formation in the sky to myself and my siblings back in 1979. A period of time after that, he took me very deliberately to go and see a crop circle. I've spoken about it before, but just like I did not find out that the potential launch location or control location of the lights that we all saw in 1979 was most likely from the Shoreham airfield, which is the oldest purpose-built airstrip in the world, airport rather, in the world. There was one built, there was an airstrip built for the Wright brothers to land on a year previously, but Shoreham Airport was the oldest purpose-built airport in the world. So it wasn't until last year that I found out that that was the likely control point for those orbs in the sky in formation, doing extremely abrupt maneuvers. I have not tried to find out anything about this crop circle that I was shown by my father some time ago. Well, we're going to find out a little bit about that, the implications of what that crop circle was showing, and subsequent crop circles in the area that I didn't actually see, but I found out they existed, and I think they are very pertinent to the understanding of this technology. And given the fact that these locations for these crop circles are very close relatively to Shoreham Airport, I do think there might be a relationship between these various things. So, welcome to Cypher, Definity, Gary Johnson, Paul O'Neill, Quote 10, Steve A, IZ, Nick Hardy, Gary Johnson, D2105K, Christopher Lang, Gordon Doherty Dack, Mr. Gate Mode, Carmen Miller, great to have you all. Fast Ed, Matthew Reynolds, Nick Knock. It is quite the quorum. Hi, William Schwant, and a witch doctor. Hello, Artifact is in the house. Hi, Corky Goss, Martin Kemp. Wow, this is quite the quorum. Hello, Manuel Castillo and Jonathan Gibson, Brandon Hurd, Nathan Ford, Michael Stiller, Queston Channel, Muggle1 and Gary Johnson. Wow. Hi Casey, the Cat of Isis. So good to have you here. So what you're looking at here is a presentation that I gave on the 4th, I think it was, or 6th. It was early October in 2018. Some almost exactly 6 years ago. In fact, I think on this particular date here, 6 years ago, I was on my way to Sochi via Moscow on Ukrainian Airlines, no less. Yes. This is one of the leaders in the Russian conference. And what I intend to be doing, if I can get it sorted, is restreaming the entire Russian conference, which has got some incredible work being presented, from tomorrow all the way through to its conclusion on Friday. This is my aim, although it may fail, so I'll do my best, with real-time machine-assisted translation so that you can get a first hit on what is being said there, and it would be great to have your input. Okay? So, yeah, so what I was concluding with here in my slides was a couple of slides from the original O-Day presentation. So this was in October 2018. O-Day slides were authored originally in January of 2018. And actually in 2018, I ordered a golden nugget, a single golden nugget from Alaska, where I believed the maximum flux of these natural clusters were coming in via the magnetic field of the Earth and are lodging themselves in a coherent matter into this gold nugget. And from that, which turned out to be very high quality gold with a little bit of silver in there. Interesting that those two elements are packed together. And I came up with a design and had a set of rings forged for my wife and I out of this single gold nugget with a little bit of copper to make it softer. So it's copper, silver, and gold, all of those diamagnetic, highly conductive elements. And this is the ring. And I don't know if you can see, but that ring, and I've shown it before, but I can show a close-up of it. It basically has a design that is based off this particular crop circle. So that was a bit of a commitment to make our wedding rings like that, but I was already very convinced that this being next to a radio telescope and supposedly being the so-called answer to the Arecibo message, and this being a form of communication that was used supposedly by a putative, more advanced civilization, I thought then we were on to a winner with what I had observed earlier. Now, if you go into this presentation, I actually show you how I derived from cathode spots, a book that was a reference for Ken Shoulders, how cathode spots seem to have these ordered rings of spots with common subdivisions, and I proposed something that was along the lines of this, but with the minimum being 2 at each level for the overall structure of an exotic vacuum object way back then. Now, during the course of that conference, there was a presentation which I referred to last week, and I actually came to look at this presentation because it was showing some of the things that I was discussing last week, and in it there was also talk by the presenter A.R. Bikmukhametova on the 2nd of October 2018, and she talked about various lightning strikes and ball lightning, and I recommend you go and watch this. But it's saying that one of the little studied fields of knowledge related to the study of atmospheric electricity and its interaction with the Earth's surface and its soil is the problem of such interaction with participation of linear lightning, of long-lived luminous plasmoid formations. So linear lightning is LL, and LLPF is long-lived luminous plasma formations, and ball lightning, BL. All of them have high energy, which follows from the analysis of traces of their impact on the Earth's surface. Thank you very much, Vanilla Isis, very generous. With the creation of slag areas and melted areas of the surface, and can influence the soil and soil cover during interaction. However, the interaction of linear lightning, ball lightning, and long-lived plasma formations with soil has not been described in the literature to date. Thank you very much, Gary Johnson. Individual manifestation of their interaction with the surface of the Earth are so-called circles on the fields that occur during growing season. So she is talking right here in her first slide about crop circles. So this is why I felt I was in good company to start talking about some of those slides that I had put into my original O-Day presentation. And you're going to get a feel for why that was important to me all the way back then. Investigations of the results of such interaction will make it possible to evaluate the features of these natural phenomena and also the effect of ionization processes on vegetative processes associated with changes in the properties of soil, grass, and soil cover. So I'm just going to jump through a couple of slides in here. I'm trying to do an 11 Labs translation of her speech, but 11 Labs is being very wonky recently. It just won't allow me to download it. I wanted to get that out to you, but maybe I can do that soon. In order to identify the mechanisms of action in the natural plasma sources, modelling studies of thermal plasma exposure to typical black earth, clay and sand was carried out and found changes in electrical conductivity and other properties of the soil. Experiments were conducted on the interaction of the plasma of a capillary discharge with soil and soil-like objects of various compositions. You'll see start to see how all of my presentations are linking together. The key presentation that I asked people to go to look at from the Russians by Anatoly Klimov in the Strasbourg conference. I put a slide up for that and you'll see that that work is here. The parameters of heating and plasma are determined at which the latter can affect the soil. In connection with the registration of anomalous soil properties as a result of the effects of these objects, long-lived luminous objects, on the soil and vegetation cover in the Republic of Adygea, experiments were conducted on the thermal and plasma effects on the soil in order to determine the possible parameters of the interaction of long-lived plasmoid-type structures with soil. Based on the results of the action of ionic winds and various liquids, the corona discharge interaction with the surface of liquids was simulated. So I talked about this and what they did here, simulating the effect of the charged particle fluxes created in the pre-atmosphere atmosphere on the soil cover. The theory of local formation of plasma with a high temperature is developed. High starfish troopers, Robcaz, Trapzilla and Extinguishant. Okay. Objectives and methods of the research. The objectives: morphology, evaluate the effect of these objects on the soil and vegetation cover in the Republic of Adygea. To study the changes in some properties of the pre-Caucasus leached. This is a thing where lightning strikes. I don't even quite know how to say it. Churn in black is black in Slavic. Churn, the black object, I think, or the black slug or something, I don't know. As a result of interaction with these objects, electrical conductivity, magnetic properties, density and porosity of aggregates. To work out the technique of a laboratory experiment on the interaction of these objects with soil and soil-like objects. Study of electrical conductivity, porosity studies, obtaining a long-lived plasma by capillary plasmatron. This is capillary plasmatron is what I showed at the conference in Strasbourg. Investigation of the effects of corona discharge on complex hydrodynamic system. And this is what I was talking about, how if you discharge onto water, you might be able to create special water. Okay. So here you can see she has a plasmatron device here and it's going through a capillary here. So capillary plasmatron 1 and 4 are the electrodes. Dielectric plate is 2 with a capillary discharge chamber. 3, a base of the plasmatron is organic glass, this thing here, whatever organic glass is. So you can see the plasmatron going off here and it's struck into the soil compound here to simulate a kind of long-lived luminous object impact on the soil. Okay, so they've got various properties here. You can go and have a look at this in your own time. There's some things like the conductivity that changes in various different materials. And she goes on about this now, and she talks about assessing the magnetic properties of the manipulated material. This is very, very serious work, and this is the kind of very, very serious work that doesn't have the kind of boundaries we see arbitrarily or by choice exerted in the West, unfortunately, and I lament at what happens sometimes with this, but they are very serious about trying to get to the bottom of actual things that occur in nature and why they exhibit certain outcomes. And they talk about the magnetic properties here, and like I say, I'll need to translate this, but She goes straight on to circles on the field. Ball lightning can be a source of electromagnetic energy. Okay? And they've got this so-called orb up here in the sky, and for some reason it's beaming down this structure down here. Okay, so changes in the growth of seeds. So we will talk about this with the major biophysicist that did this research predominantly and very famous for it, but they also took this seriously and investigated it. So these are control samples and these are in the formation samples. So you can see that the control samples here are growing very well, and inside the crop circle formation the seeds aren't doing so well. Now, it's actually subtle. It depends on, and we'll go into this, when the actual the crop circle was formed, right? If it's formed when the seeds are young, or the plant is young, then you might have seeds that end up looking like this. If you have them at a different time, then you might have seeds that look much better than the control samples and have a weird behavior of not having difference in lengths. But we'll go into my hypothesis for why that is occurring, okay? And she goes quite a bit into this. Now, this was the image that I was looking for amongst the other image with the corona discharge, and we're going to see a lot of these kind of images tonight. This is where this little part of the stem, which allows for moving the cereal crop to point towards the sun, or for plants generally to do that, and it has a very specific name, we'll go into that a little bit later, or to move away from or in the flux of gravity. These little nodules, they're very important because they have a higher water content than the rest of the stem. That leads you to think about certain situations when this is occurring, the so-called crop circle formation is occurring. And then the other thing, which is not so clear on here, but we're going to see other images, this is where these nodules actually sort of burst. And so that has an implication. One must think about what's going on there, and we will look at that in a little while. So she discusses these. Now she talks about this impact zone of lightning. Here it is. It's impacted the ground. It's left this round thing where the lightning struck, and they dug out the slug here, and this is the Chernozem. This is the black slug, I think, or something that has come out of the ground, and you can see it's quite large, and it's kind of held together, fused to a degree. And she talks about the electrical conductivity, various components of it, and the change in density of the material. Electrical conductivity based on the epicenter and so forth. The density of the aggregates in there, magnetic characteristics. Now, she's trying to simulate what happens to the ground and crops by doing corona discharge onto various fluids. I won't go into it in detail, but you can go and look at the technique that was used. And so she's showing here various corona discharges in electrical equipment. I know this will be something that John Hutchison will be very keen to see, but the one I'm looking at down here at the bottom, where there's these spiky arm with the corona discharge into a fluid, there was some discussion about this being used to treat water, and then the water was used to treat seeds. Okay. She did various, or they did various studies with powders above various different liquids using aluminium particles and so forth. Obviously, aluminium is highly conductive, and there was various things that occurred to that, but that's not my focus here. She showed that. And then also the space charge surrounding a blade of grass actually can play a role. And they're saying here that they estimate the parameters of a pointed object, the blade of grass, in an external electric field, which increases near the ionization in the electric field in the gas. For this, and so they basically go on, and essentially, if the grass is, 20 centimeters and the thickness is 2 millimeters, then K is 2000. This is enough to realize a strong field near the blade of grass and to provide heating of the region to a temperature at which this object will explode. So they're talking about, you know, the heating that can occur because of the electric discharge and the space charge around the blade of grass. Yes, we're going to look at Dr. Levengood in a little while, Corky. Of course, you could not do this without looking at Dr. Levengood's work. So, the effect of increasing electrical conductivity is more pronounced as a result of the interaction of air-dry samples with these objects. The greatest effect of electrical conductivity growth after the interaction of these objects was recorded on dry sand, while the increase in conductivity was 94 to 676 somethings per centimetre. I should know, but it might be the translation. A model is presented that relates to the processes in an electrically disturbed atmosphere, to processes similar to those in the corona discharge, and to the processes of plasma formation in strong thunderstorm field near pointed objects of the grass cover. This model shows a complex sequence of processes in a thunderstorm atmosphere and with the participation of these objects, which can lead to the appearance of crop circles. Okay, so they're arguing that some types of crop circles can be formed by long-lived plasma objects that occur in the atmosphere. Okay, and following this, I thought I would share some slides from the original O-Day slide deck with her that I hadn't got in my slide deck of the one presentation that I gave a couple of days later. And it was this. These are iron magnetic spheres that supposedly appear in crop circles. And these were spheres that appeared on the outside of the quartz in the Lion reactor, with one of these spheres actually 50% inside the quartz, which I didn't understand initially how it could manifest half in the quartz and half out of the quartz. I kind of understand now. But anyway, I think this was the same object that dumped several spheres as it was decohering matter from the coherence inside it. Okay, this was produced in a carbon environment, in air, in the NOVA reactor. This was in 2017 in Hungary. I did this with Dr. George Eagley in a garden. I've shared the videos of this. It was only very recently that I observed that this sphere actually is hollow, and possibly many of these other spheres are hollow. Possibly this has got a hollow bit here, possibly it's got an ejector here. So I found this rather interesting. These were the examples that we had at that time that we had produced as a project. Obviously we've produced many since, and this one is very large. For instance, this one is nearly 450 to 500. It's around that kind of order of microns. So these balls are similar size to the size of the balls here that are observed in crop circles, and there was no micrometeorites in this environment. This was produced in a microwave-based reactor with carbon in there. Obviously, you would expect carbon to be present in a field. Thank you very much, Muggle One. Iron-rich crenellated microspheres in the soil. Yes, exactly. So the other point that you can not really see down the bottom here is that if you go and look about the Tunguska event, that there were spheres found inside the wood of the trees at the site of the Tunguska event. So whatever happened there caused the iron-rich crenellated microspheres to appear. Okay, so I shared that, and there was a bit of discussion that ensued, and we talked about this, and that was that. So I recommend you go and have a look at this presentation by Aya Hamatova, and also join everyone for the conference next week. Now, last year, when I had the pleasure of having a look at some of the initial materials from Dr. Takaaki Matsumoto, I came across there were several videos given to us, and we did a rough capture back then. And during that rough capture, I was absolutely blown away because amongst all the experimental videos, there was a recording in one of the tapes, which I'm going to show you now. And I'm only going to show you where it's playing from the beginning of the news segment. But prior to that, you can see that he's doing a tape-to-tape capture, and he is rewinding the previous tape to cue it up to the point of this particular news article from a long recording. So if you can imagine, he might have been very excited about this news report, and typically when you have news reports, they cycle the same stories throughout the day. He obviously felt that he wanted to capture this news report. He put a recording on, he captured like the whole news report plus everything else, and then he did a tape-to-tape transfer and just captured the bit with a little bit of rewinding at the front of this. I'm going to play it now, and I think it speaks to a lot about Dr. Takaaki Matsumoto's look at what is going on, bearing in mind that he said that he thinks that there are eddy currents going on in his work, and that was in the mid to late 1990s. I believe that this video you're going to see was also around that same period, and I've also talked about how magnetohydrodynamics is related to the eddy currents, and so he was kind of like already there in many respects. So I'm going to play this now. There's no sound, but it's a typical news thing where they're saying, look, now we've got an interesting story for you, and we're going to talk about these interesting things that have been found in Europe in crops. And for those that are experts in which crop circles occurred when, you might know these particular crop circles. And you can see the vortex patterns there. These are predominantly ones. And in this video, you can see this very good telescope. And over here, you can see this ball of light moving around. So there's some very famous ones here. Okay. And they're talking about their experience, that he's going through a crop. This is obviously a tram line. Here is a circle imprint of this particular circle. And the guy is discussing this. And there's another look at this particular crop circle. And then they sort of, well, isn't that an interesting story? Yes, yes, it's very interesting. Well, what do you think? Oh, I think it's interesting. And they nod, and then they go on to the next article. And that's it. But obviously, Dr. Matsumoto found this absolutely fascinating. And I can tell you that in his effects that we are processing right now, and thank you to Jordan Collin and his wife Emma, because they've been helping with that. When I was actually in Japan, we found a whole series of photographs where he had gone to observe crop circles that were forming. And I believe, and I need to check this, but I believe these were forming because he observed above earthquakes, luminous objects. And it might be related to those luminous objects that he was studying, and the crop circles might have been formed from that. Okay, so I think really, if you are going to take ball lightning seriously, and if you're going to take all of these things that we discuss seriously, you must address ball lightning in all of its forms. And in the next segment, I'm going to share with you about my personal experience of seeing a crop circle. I mentioned it at the beginning, but essentially it was in this field here, okay? This very field here, this picture was taken in May 2024 by Google. Thank you very much, Google. You can see here from the tab up here, it's on the Long Furlong in England. Okay, I can actually show you, and this is going to be very important. I'll show you on Google Maps what that looks like on a quick spin around. If I can, maybe I've got it here, maybe I haven't. That would be embarrassing if I haven't. But anyway, let's see if I have it here. Maybe I don't have it here. Somehow I got rid of it. Or did I? Well, I can go and find it again, so let me do that. Okay. Long furlong, Worthing. Okay. So. Okay. So this is the long furlong. This is Findon. As I told you last week, I lived in Findon. And it was actually just up the road here, and you'll see that in a minute. And this is the long furlong. And if we put our little chappie down here, and we turn around, that is the field we were just looking at here. So I'm going to go along, and so the crop circle was in this field here. And the thing about this field is at this point here, what you have here that you see in the horizon here, all of this here is the South Downs. And the South Downs is an area of outstanding natural beauty, and it is all chalk. Chalk being a kind of softer kind of version of calcium carbonate than limestone. So all of this area here is chalk, and you're going to see, and I only found this out this week, that in the studies of these crop circles, this particular feature of chalk may be very significant to the ability to form crop circles. I'm not saying that crop circles in this instance are necessarily natural, from aliens or man-made, right? But what I'm saying, whether it comes from natural sources, whether it comes from aliens or it comes from man-made processes, the ability to form them in southern England is made easier by the properties of this specific area. It actually makes it easier to do the formation of the crop circles. Okay? All right. So let's go back to the presentation. So I was trying to find out, like I did last year, to try and find out, if there was anything significant due east of 32 Offington Gardens where I lived, where my dad showed me and my siblings these lights, which I first made public in an interview a couple of years back with Ross Coulthart, whilst he was gathering information for his book. And essentially, I spent a bit of time this week going into newspaper archives to try and find out if there was any mention of a crop circle on the long furlong, this place here, which I've just showed you. Okay? And what I found was, indeed, there was. And it was, if I'm actually showing my slides rather than Google Maps, it'll help. Okay. So I looked for long furlong, crop circles or whatever in the old documents of local newspapers. And what I found was in the West Sussex Gazette of May the 20th, 1999, in the Women's Institute News, no less, this little news snippet down here by one Millie Collins, and I shall read it now. How must it feel to face a hall full of sceptical women and expect to get them to share your enthusiasm for a controversial subject? You can't see it because I've got that over there. There we go. Mr. Andy Thomas had no qualms when he spoke to members recently on the subject of crop circles. Aided by a superb set of slides taken by himself, he soon had the most hardened doubters reassessing their reservations. The first recorded evidence of a crop circle was in 1678, when the phenomenon was attributed to the work of the devil. Throughout history, there have been many instances, including one photographed near Chichester in 1934 and another at Tangmere in 1943. and one alongside the long furlong between Amring and Findon a few years ago. Since the 1970s, there have been as many as 300 a year, and not in this country alone. Despite records of man-made hoaxes, none of these can match the mathematical precision and complexity of those photographically recorded. Experiments have also shown biological changes in the stems and seeds of the crops. Are they messages from extraterrestrial beings, or the result of electrical emissions from UFOs? The result of whirlwinds or lightning? Omens or portents? We cannot know, but whatever the cause, they are there and undoubtedly are objects of grace and beauty. So, upsettingly, this didn't actually tell me when this particular crop circle formed, but it did confirm that there was, at some point, before 1999, a crop circle between Amring and Findon. However, I searched further, I wasn't going to give up then, and in this article, which was published on the June 11th, 1998, the year before, there was an article called Circles of Mystery Down on the Farm. And here it is, and I've got it blown up here, but for your viewing pleasure, I have transcribed it. And it says, the crop circle season is upon us. This is Circles of Mystery Down on the Farm, West Sussex Gazette, Women's Institute News, June 11th, 1998, by Valerie Martin. The crop circle season, in quotes, is upon us. This is the time of year when crop circles manifest themselves. The Findon vicinity has done well in terms of putting its name to a fair share of crop formations under strange circumstances. Will any appear in 1998? 13 years ago. So, this is 1998. 13 years ago, that would make it 1985. 13 years ago, a mysterious crop circle effect was pressed into the fair field of the long furlong road A280. So, much to the farmer's consternation, the phenomenon appeared under cover of darkness during the summer of 1985. So, in this summer of 1985, I would have been 12 years old. That's right, no, 13 years old. 12, but yeah. 12 years old. I just moved to a place called Ramsden, in a field at Tolmare Farm, and I've given the map reference here, and you can click on this when you get the PDFs and it'll take you exactly to the location. Located on the eastern slopes of Black Patch Hill. It was an excellent example of an intricate quintuplet sequence. That sort of suggests 5, doesn't it? Local witnesses on their way to work saw clouds of vapour rising from the field on the morning it was spotted. Clouds of vapour. What was the vapour? Could it have been a moisture, water? At first, the scene appeared as a trampled mess. On closer inspection, the plants inside the crop circle were laid down and swirled in a very precise spiral, either clockwise or anti-clockwise, and sometimes both. The artistic creation caught the attention of the local newspapers and made the front page. The story was eventually reported nationally. I wish I could find these local newspapers that made it the front page, because then we might actually have a picture. Where would the next occur? What form would it take? 6 years elapsed before Findon area was graced with more startling evidence of crop circles. Another mysterious circle formation was executed in dramatic form on June the 28th, 1991. The map reference is here, and the location out in the countryside near to Findon Park Farm. It was an incredibly beautiful geometric arrangement of a triplet design. I guess that's 3 things. Linked circles in a field of barley. The circles flowed anti-clockwise, and the overall spread of the compilation was 110 feet. Depending on the available light and the time of day, the incredible pattern produced a magical effect when viewed from afar. It was definitely beyond the scope of an amateur hoaxer. Okay, so the interesting thing is, in this newspaper article, as so many newspapers can end up having errors, they clearly have got the quintuplet registered to 1991 and the triplet registered to 1985. So they've actually got the text under these diagrams in the wrong place, but I've corrected that in my diagram. Okay, so This is the Ordnance Survey map, and I have got the direct links to the Ordnance Survey map in the location, so you can go and see this yourself. So thank you very much to the Crown Copyright here. And so if you go and click on these links when you get the PDF, it'll take you there, or you can type them in on your computer right now. This is the Long Furlong, and here is Tolmere Farm. This is one of their fields. And this is Findon Park Farm, and this is the field that was in. Now, our house is here, there. So in when I was 12, we moved to here. And I was 12 when this crop circle formed. And my father took great pains to get me in the car, drive me down here, and we parked up and looked at the crop circle that was here. By the time 91 came around, I was actually at university, and we had moved from this location. However, if you go down this road here, no, not this road, a road up here and turn right. If you go up here and turn right and go down this way, east, you'll come out basically at Shoreham Airport, okay? And so this is relatively close to Shoreham Airport. Now, the lay of the line here, I used to do runs very regularly up to the top of the hill, round here, round down through this little valley, round here, and back up to the house. I used to run this route regularly during the school holidays. Okay, so I know this area extremely well, and this is all extreme depths of chalk, and you're going to see that. Okay, very, very important that this is on chalk. Okay, and so I think these two structures are very, very important. And I think the first one is extremely deliberate because I believe it is representing the God's controlled power, the God-controlled power under control, basically. And it is, in my view, the 4 tor surrounding the central tor. Okay. Now, I'm going to just go and see if I can find an image which I saw in the Templars Underground in Austria, because I think that's going to be very, very important to understand what you're seeing here. If I can't find it, then I will put it in the reference notes for this blog. So if you just bear with me and talk amongst yourselves, this might be one of the most important things that I've ever had to share with you in terms of its potential. I might be wrong, I very often am, but it's, you know, if I'm not close to the mark, I certainly think it's worth thinking about what I have to share with you. So if you just bear with me, I'm going to see if I can find this image that I took a couple of weeks back in the underground Templars hideout in Austria. If I can get access to it, it's going to let me do that. Okay. Maybe it's not. It's on the server here, but maybe I won't have access to it the way I've got this set up. Margot, yes, the first slide was effectively part of the Arecibo answer. No, it's not allowing me to see this, which is tiresome. Well, maybe I'll have to do some supplementary videos rather than being tedious right now. Anyone got any questions I can answer whilst I'm fiddling here? No access on those links. That's weird. I can fix that too later. Okay, I might just give up on this. Sorry. Okay, I think I'm going to call it quits for now. Right. Okay, so I'll just describe what it was. Essentially, there was an altar which had a single column going up to it in this underground part in Austria that I had the pleasure of visiting with some very interesting people, and Yin Gazda and Paul Harris and so forth. And it had a central thing, and around the central thing it had 4 structures which you would be not surprised to see when I show them to you. And this was the high altar of the Templars' underground lair. Okay, and so I think that this particular crop circle here, the first one that I was shown in 1985, bearing in mind, I believe that this is before Levengood really started doing research. I think Levengood started in 91, 92, something like that. I think his earliest ones were then. But this one predated Levengood. And we're going to talk about Levengood quite a bit because, well, frankly, I've said this many times, I run my life on a need-to-know basis. And it was clear to me last week when I was preparing last week's presentation that I needed to know more about crop circles, and so I spent the time this week. Oh, you sent a picture to me on Substack. Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much, Vanilla Isis. We can have a look at that. This is teamwork. Thank you very much. Right, let's see if I can drag that out of. Let's see, and maybe I can drop it in. This would be even better. Thank you. What teamwork! Teamwork here. I love it. Right. Is it in today's blog? Is it in today's blog? Where did you send it to me? In a message? Yes, in a message. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. There we go. Oh, you're going to love this. You're going to love this. Oh, dear. Right. Ah. Got to give it to these Masons. Or rather, Templars. There we go. What a team. Give me just a second and I'll be right there with it. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get up and take a photo of it ourselves, which was a little bit disappointing, but there we go, such is life. Okay. Right. Thank you, Vanilla Isis, for doing this. You saved my bacon today. Oh, sorry, what? What a teamwork. What a teamwork. I'm even happier that you were able to make that event. I'm very, very happy you were able to make that event because look what you've done. What a team. You're almost not going to believe what I'm going to show you right now. This is the high altar of the Templars' place in the underground in Austria. Oh, the suspense! The suspense! For those of you who can't wait, they can go to my blog. You can see it there. Thank you to this wonderful effort. Okay, all right. You're not going to believe it. Yeah, nearly there. Okay, here we go. Oh, no, not quite. Okay. Now, bearing in mind, we couldn't take a photo of the actual thing. We had to take a photo of a photo that was printed. But here we go. This is what we have for you. This is the high altar in the underground. Okay? And we have our structure for the core of the God controlled power, the symbol of God controlled power in the center. And surrounding that, we have 4 smaller structures of the same kind of type. Yeah? So, this was the crop circle that my father, as a high-level mason, showed me. Without thinking of any of these things, at least not consciously, I derived this 4-4 structure for the stable structure of an exotic vacuum object, ball lightning, and subsequent to that, finding this is the stable structure and gets the power under control and gives you a circular beam coming down rather than one that twists out into a spiral. We have this image of the crop circle, and subsequent to that, obviously, I find out this, which is perhaps 500, 600 years old, maybe older. Vanilla Isis says, I sent you 3 more pictures if you wanted to show them. Okay, let me see. Is it of the same thing? Oh, yes. Okay, we'll show these. All right, okay, so this is actually quite useful. So, yeah, okay. Thank you. Okay, this is actually more context for what you're looking at here, so I will just clone that image, and I will go here, and we will go. Thank you, Vanilla Isis. I have incredibly beautiful images of these, but something is better than, than nothing right now, and this definitely does the job, so thank you. So I'm real-time editing this, and we're going to drop in the other images here. So if I can find it. Sorry, it's a bit disjointed. Nearly there. Talk amongst yourselves. All right. Okay. So, just recapping. On the long furlong, here in 1985, there was this crop circle that my father showed me, him being a high-level mason. We were living here. Later, there was one in 1991 here, which I think is a completely different context, but it's related to their technology, and I will argue why in a second. Okay. So these are the subtor structures, and you'll see that they are the same, but essentially they are self-similar. And so you have the large structure here with the 4. Okay, so that is the 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that is the Maltese cross coming out of the top. I've shown how that this is exactly and precisely where the Maltese cross sits here. Okay, and it is the center of the gold control. This is the center of the topological monopole. And then around that you have 1, 2, 3, 4 structures, which are these structures, and they themselves have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, making up the substructures. Of course, there's only so much you can do when you're carving into a stone altar. The stone altar is here on a raised level. Okay, this is the stone altar. So what you're looking at here is on the top surface of the altar. And it has this kind of a totem pole type thing here with a similar type of thing with our, you know, this kind of central bit semi kind of represented here. Anyway, I'm not so sure on this overall structure here. He claimed all kinds of things for this, but he doesn't know my research, and for me this is not even a joke anymore. This has to be something of great interest. Okay, so with regards to the relative scales of these two, the proper layout of this structure is here, where you have for like, this is a 2-order subtor structure with a 2-order subtor structure in here, and these are on the golden ratio line, and that helps set up the way that the vortex works. And here you can see it's coming out on the golden ratio line, the substructure, with one of the n-1 cores. So you have an n core here which would sit at the top of the caduceus here. This is exactly and precisely the size of this. Okay. And then from the n-1 core, we've got one ejecting here, and then there's one which probably came from this side, and somehow when this blew up and it flipped over this way, it carried with it this substructure here, which is kind of partially orbiting with its ejector coming out here. We're going to go into that closer just to show the kind of relative sizes. So here I've scaled this central one to the same size as this, and you can see that these are approximately the size of the subtor. Okay, so yeah, this is the, I call this the n-level tor, and then this is the n-1 level tor. This is an n-1 core, this is an n-1 core. Okay, so there is the core, and it's approximately the size of the ones that were in the crop circle. Now, you've got to understand that this is a very old, this is a sketch of what the crop circle was relatively like. Then the sketch has been put into a newspaper, it's been scanned, it's a low resolution, I've captured it from the newspaper and just scaled it up. So, you know, there's lots of generations there, but still it's relatively close in size from the central one to the outer ones. And therefore, I think I'm fairly reasonably okay in saying that whoever made this crop circle really genuinely knew about the gold control power and how to get it under control with having 4 subtors around the major tor. Okay, and given the fact that this is essentially the same scale here and here, as you can see on this altar, then, you know, just whatever, you know, a lot of people across thousands of years are getting really lucky, right? Or there's something there, right? Anyway, so then I want to talk about the June 28th, 1991 one, And I want to ask you, what I've done here is I've scaled this, so this is about height 60, and I've scaled this to its height 26.8. And I want to ask what people think this is referencing. That's a question I'm going to put out there. What do you think that this second crop circle, which appeared, that's the next slide, which appeared almost exactly the same distance from where we were living, go figure. I kind of don't really understand what I think about my dad right now. Anyway, what do you think this is? Plasmoids. Shrek. I don't think it's Shrek, but Ash, thank you for your contribution. Croft Swanyang. Water. Very, very good. Yes. Very, very good. What made you say that, Croft? What made you say that? So Croft Swanyang has suggested that this is water. What made you say that? Okay, so I'm going to pull up a chart here. I didn't want to do this now, but it's okay. Well, H2O is bent, but it depends on your perspective. And then you're going to see the, you know, it depends on how you look at your H2O, which angle you look at it. Yeah, benzene, I think it's H2O. And the reason I think it's H2O is because of the scales. So like I say, I roughly scaled this, and you'll see why in a second. I don't think any of this is coincidence. It's not coinkydink. Right, give me a second. I will find what I'm trying to talk about. It ain't coinkydink. So, this here is the atomic radii of elements. And like I always choose, I prefer the empirical, right? And the empirical radii for hydrogen is 25. Okay? And the empirical radii for oxygen is 60. So, does it make sense what I did there? Does it make sense what I did? I decided to go for 60 for the height here, roughly. And then I scaled the overall image to, well, basically this is 600 pixels high, this image. And the height here is 26.8. Given the fact that this is from a very low image scan from a newspaper from 1991, uploaded at a low resolution, and I've captured that, and it is a rough sketch of the structure. I do like the fact that this one is above this one, of course. I do like that, and we'll get on to why. But anyway, this is close enough for what I call government work. To imply that this is water. And then to come back to the crop circle that we referred to earlier, the Chilbolton Observatory 2001 crop circle, I think this is also water. But I think the difference between this one is you're taking a water molecule classical model and you are rotating it such that you are looking either at the oxygen in the foreground or the hydrogens in the foreground. And if that's the case, you might actually account for this 26.8 if this is in the foreground being a little bit larger than the empirical 25. Okay? I think this is telling you much more. And I believe that this is more like how the electrons are sharing the shells of an oxygen atom. So this would be the oxygen atom's shells, outer boundary or whatever, and this is the hydrogens, and it's roughly sharing, and it's just a representation of the fractal structure. So this has actually got much more information than just showing the fact that it's oxygen. It's showing the fractal nature of the method of communication, and as I've argued before, this is toroidal moment that is doing the communication. Right. I don't know whether I want to do this now, but I kind of think I do, but maybe I'm going to go and show some of the work of W.C. Levengood. Okay. I think I'm going to do that now. Yes. Okay. So, who was W.C. Levengood? Who was this chappie? Well, you can go to iccra.org/levengood/levengood.html, where this all came from. But I'll read you a little summary of this character. Now, this character, he's a man after my own heart. He's a wonderful American. I believe he's American. And he's obviously a free thinker, a maverick, and he deserves a Hall of Fame honors. Yeah, fantastic. So, right. W.C. Levengood was a biophysicist renowned for his research on crop circles. His academic and professional credentials are quite extensive, reflecting a career dedicated to scientific inquiry across multiple disciplines. Levengood authored or co-authored over 50 scientific or technical papers since 1954. Interesting year. His work spanned a wide range of subjects, including physics, chemistry, biology, biophysics, and botany. Many of his papers were published in prestigious peer-reviewed journals, such as Science and Nature, which are highly regarded in the scientific community. These publications have received numerous citations, indicating the impact and recognition of his research within the scientific community. Levengood's interest in crop circles led him to conduct extensive research in this area. He applied his expertise in biophysics to study the physical and biological changes in plants found within crop circles. His findings suggested that the plants exhibited unusual characteristics, such as elongated nodes and expulsion cavities. We spoke about those earlier, which he hypothesized were caused by rapid heating. These observations were controversial and sparked significant debate within both the scientific and crop circle communities. In addition to his crop circle research, Levengood's broader scientific contributions include studies on seed germination, plant physiology, and the effects of various environmental factors on plant growth. His interdisciplinary approach allowed him to explore complex biological phenomena from multiple angles, contributing to a deeper understanding of plant biology and biophysics. Levengood's work on crop circles was often met with skepticism, particularly from those who questioned the scientific rigor of his methods and conclusions. Despite this, he remained a prominent figure in the field, continuing to publish his findings and engage with both supporters and critics. His dedication to exploring unconventional topics and his willingness to challenge established scientific paradigms made him a unique and influential figure in the study of crop circles and beyond. Overall, W.C. Levengood's credentials reflect a career marked by curiosity, interdisciplinary research, and a commitment to scientific exploration. His contributions to biophysics and plant biology, along with his controversial work on crop circles, have left an lasting legacy in both the mainstream and fringe scientific communities. He passed away on September the 28th, 2013. His contributions to biophysics and the controversial research on crop circles continue to be discussed and debated with both scientific and fringe communities. Okay, I wish I had met Mr. Levengood. I wish I had met him. In fact, I'd love to have had Levengood, Takaki Matsumoto, and Ken Shoulders in the same room. Oh my God, what an awesome social that would be. That would be like totally, unbelievably amazing social. These are mavericks. These are people that studied nature. They brought everything they could possibly think about, both from the natural world and the scientific understanding that they gleaned in their professional careers, to understanding and taking forward understanding. So we're going to look at some of the things that he talked about, and we will, yes, reading through some of Levengood's work this past week for the first time has been an extremely cathartic exercise. It's not only that he came to many of the same conclusions about this phenomena as I had done for low-energy nuclear reactions, it's that he used exactly the same terminology. So when I say I'm a remote viewer, and sometimes I feel that I'm cheating because I'm looking through into related subjects that I'm trying to understand, I might have just been reading his echoes in the Akashic record. I don't know. But certainly you cannot own this. It is for everyone. This is an understanding that we clearly knew about in the past. It is the magic which is hidden, and it is the key to the God's toolbox, little g. And we are removing the veil. Okay, so I'm going to pull up a couple of his papers, and we're going to have a deep dive into them. I agree with a large proportion of what he found. The implications are absolutely profound for feeding the world and for optimizing plant growth of food crops. Absolutely, totally profound. I believe because the patents now that he acquired based on his study of crop circles, yes, he developed patents that were awarded that are now expired, that I believe we can leverage to increase food at the point of germination and in the cycle of the plant's life. Using this technology, we can increase yields by producing water, which is good for the plant, potentially minerals, micronutrients in the same process, which keeps the ground alive. I believe we can actually make as good water for watering plants as what my father told me, which was thunderstorm rainwater. That's the top of the tree. Then it's rainwater, and then it comes down to tap water. That's your last resort, right? So the top of the tree is thunderstorm rainwater. I think we can create that kind of special water for watering plants once they've already got a good head start. And then once we're getting those bonus yields, we would be able to use the wind hex to effectively preserve the nutrients and imbue it with even potentially more positive chi for storage. I think we have a beautiful future ahead. Okay, so without further ado, I will bring up some of his papers and I'll stop waffling on. Okay, I don't know which one to go first. Okay. Give me a second. Okay. Okay. Do I want to do these in a particular order? I'm going to do a general paper first that was presented in Physics World before I get on to the Levengood one. You'll see some things that we've already discussed coming out here. And this was an article called "Coming Soon to a Field Near You." This is the sort of message that you might tweet in the UK and get yourself several years in jail. But anyway, just to mirror the subtle protest by my friend and colleague Charles Holmes the other day. Serious studies of crop circles have long been hampered by conspiracy theories and the secretive nature of circle makers, plus scientists' reluctance to engage with a fringe topic. But as Richard Taylor argues, discovering how circle artists create their most complex patterns could have implications for biophysics. One evening in July 1996, I was staying above a country pub near Avebury in Wiltshire, enjoying a week's holiday drive around the prehistoric sites of southern England. In the middle of the night, I woke up to hushed sounds of three men talking in the car park below. They were huddled around a large sheet of paper, and after 15 minutes of furtive discussion, they sped off down a country lane. That same evening, 194 crop circles spanning a total of 115 metres appeared in a nearby field at Windmill Hill. Their pattern, which was derived from an equation developed by Gaston Julia in 1918, consisted of circles that defined three intertwined fractals. Figure 1. This triple Julia pattern is mathematically complex. As late as 1980s, even the best computers lacked the processing power needed to generate it on screen. Had those three men managed to physically imprint the same pattern into a wheat field during the short hours of that midsummer night? And if so, how did they do it? Some 15 years on, scientists still do not know the answer. With more than 10,000 patterns documented over the years, crop formations remain a major scientific mystery, one that plays out in our fields and thus in our food supply at the rate of one event worldwide every summer evening. Physicists who have conducted serious research on the techniques of crop circle artists have come away with fascinating insights, including some that have led to practical advances, such as patented technique for accelerating crop growth, crop growth. We will look at that. With recent announcement that climate change has suppressed crop growth by 3%, such advances offer clear potential rewards for society. Yet crop circle research is not for the faint of heart, because physicists who enter it must deal with media manipulation, hate mail, conspiracy theories, supposed alien collaborations, and new age nonsense, not to mention the risk of being viewed as less than serious by their colleagues. Devils, aliens, whirlwinds, and hoaxers. Speculation over the origin of crop circles has raged since they were first reported in England in the 1600s, with rolling hedgehogs, urinating cattle, romping romantic couples, and the action of mowing devil, all offered as the early explanations. In 1678, there's that date again, a series of circles in Hertfordshire was attributed to the devil because the manufacturer appeared to be beyond human capabilities. According to the report in 1678 issue of News Out of Hertfordshire, the devil placed every straw with an exactness that would have taken up above an age for any man to perform what he, the devil, did that one night. More prosaically, the woodcut print that accompanies the report also indicates that the stalks within the circle were flattened rather than broken, a practice that continues today. The first scientific explanations of crop circles focused on cyclonic winds. In 1686, the British scientist Robert Plot discussed crop circles formation in terms of airflows from the sky. Similarly, observations of the night sky by another scientist, John Capron, in 1880, revealed a wind-induced auroral beam above the circular splots of flattened crop. Nature, 22 to 290. So back in 1880, there was an article on crop circles in Nature. However, As the phenomena gathered momentum and more elaborate multi-circle shapes appeared in crop fields, most observers concluded that these symbols of mathematical precision had to be the work of intelligent beings. In the waning decades of the 20th century, this conclusion ignited a heated alien versus humans debate, with ufologists looking to outer space for the circle's artistic creators, while Siriologists concentrated on hunting for terrestrial hoaxers. This debate was complicated by the fact that the creators, whoever they were clearly science savvy. In particular, one formation that appeared next to Chilbolton Observatory in Hampshire appeared to be a reply to a search for extraterrestrial intelligence signal beamed into space 30 years earlier. We've spoken about that. As the debate raged, some scientists continued to seek alternative natural explanations. One of the most prominent was Terence Meaden, then a meteorologist and physicist at Dalhousie University in Canada. In 1980, Meaden refined Capron's theory, proposing that curvature of hillsides in southern England, look at this, proposing that the curvature of hillsides in southern England affected local airflows. I can tell you it does. Seriously. In fact, along those parts of the South Downs, there are quite a few places where in the evenings and in the early night, you can go parascending very, very, very easily. There's wind that comes in as the change in temperature between the day and the night. It comes in off the sea, and there really is weird airflows in some of those places, as a person that lived and walked around there thousands of times. Allowing whirlwinds to stabilize their positions long enough to define circles in the crop fields. Such scientific speculations received a severe blow in 1991 when, to the glee of the British media, two unassuming men in their 60s declared that they had been creating crop circles for more than 25 years. Their hobby had begun one summer evening in the mid-1970s when the artist Douglas Bower recounted a story to his friend David Chorley about an Australian farmer who had reported UFO rising into the sky and leaving behind a circular saucer nest. As Bower and Chorley strolled home from the pub through the English countryside, they created their first imitation nest. In the process, the pair unintentionally triggered a 15-year duel between art and physics. Bower and Chorley were trying to start a UFO hoax. So when Meaden's meteorological theories of crop circle formation showed signs of catching on, the pair increased the number of crop circles in their formations, hoping to demonstrate that they were not weather-related. Meaden, however, proved an inventive, albeit unwitting, opponent. By the time Bower and Chorley went public, Meaden had moved on from mere weather patterns to an electromagnetohydrodynamic plasma vortex. Magnetohydrodynamic plasma vortex. Indeed. Which purported to explain not only the elaborate multi-circle designs, but also the flat farm tractor batteries and eerie lights that coincided with their formation. Today, with the benefit of hindsight, such explanations sound rather contrived. At the height of the debate, though, no less a physicist than Stephen Hawking was prepared to accept that some version of Meaden's theory. When a spate of circles appeared in the countryside near his Cambridge home in 1991, Hawking told a local newspaper that crop circles are either hoaxes or formed by vortex movement of air. Frustrated, the artist countered by producing a pattern that included 2 circles and 5 rectangles, figure 2. At this point, even Meaden conceded that these straight-line designs, labelled pictographs by researchers, were man-made, although he stressed that simple circles could still be a consequence of atmospheric phenomena. After all, even after Bower and Chorley confessed to making 250 formations, that still left more than 1,000 other formations unaccounted for. But the addition of straight lines did more than just rule out natural causes for their designs. It also signalled a turning point in the 400-year history of crop formations. Okay, so it goes on here, and they're blah, 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 and they're appearing all over the world. And I will send a link to this article. and so on. This is talking about the construction lines between some famous ones that were done. And how you would do it with wooden planks attached to 2 handheld ropes. Right, biophysical speculations. Intriguingly, experiments carried out by biophysicists raised the possibility that some circle makers may already be changing their methods. Because they're saying that basically, because he said it was microwaves, maybe that someone actually used something to do that. Independent studies published in 1999 and 2001 reported evidence consistent with what you would expect to see if the crops had been exposed to radiation during the formation of patterns. The patterns studied date back to the mid-1990s and include the original triple Julia, figure 5, shows the results of an investigation of pulvini. Pulvini is the scientific name for these root nodules. The viscoelastic joints that occur along wheat stalks. Eltjo Hasselhoff, a medical physicist, found that pulvini on bent stalks within a 9-meter wide circle were elongated compared with the undamaged crops in the same field. Although several well-understood factors can cause pulvini to swell, including gravitropism, the directional growth of stalks in response to gravity. So if these things are designed to organize themselves in response to gravity, and if we have structures that can leave torsional fields that are semi-permanent in the ether, and that is causing flux of relic neutrinos to move, and relic neutrinos are the thing that gives rise to what we perceive as gravity, then wouldn't the plants respond with that property of the pulvini? Perhaps? And lodging, bending of stalks caused by wind or rain damage. Hasselhoff dismissed them based on magnitude of the increase and its symmetrical fall off from the circle's center to its edge. So it gets stronger as you come to the center. Hasselhoff's findings, and nothing to do with Baywatch, findings built on the earlier research of William Levengood, a biophysicist at the Michigan-based crop seed consultancy called Pinelandia Biophysics Laboratory. Levengood, who found similar results on 95% of 250 crop circle formations in 7 countries, proposed that the elongated pulvini were the result of superheating from electromagnetic radiation. Such radiation, he theorized, would cause stalks to fall over and cool in a horizontal position. He found further evidence for superheating in changes in the crop's cellular structure and in numerous dead flies stuck to the seed heads in the formations. Levengood and Hasselhoff both followed up their work by removing crop seeds from the fields and placing them in growth chambers controlled for light, humidity and temperature. They found that while seeds taken from the surrounding crop grew at normal rates, seeds from the formations grew up to 4 times slower in 90% of the measured formations. That's what Burkmakatova, I can't get a name, sorry, the Russian researcher showed in her work, okay? But it is different if the crop circle formation occurs much later, and you're going to see that. Although both researchers' findings were published in this paper, a peer-reviewed journal dedicated to the science of plant growth, their results failed to bring the crop circle debate to a close. The author's own speculations did not help matters. Levengood interpolated his results as evidence of Meaden's plasma vortex theory, while Hasselhoff proposed that the sources of radiation were the mysterious balls of light that some observers have reported hovering over formation sites. Under the circumstances, scientists' reluctance, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Although aliens and government conspiracies cannot be excluded with 100% surety, Occam's razor, which states that the explanations involving the fewest assumptions are the most likely, supports the human artist scenario. Might some artists therefore be supplementing physical implantation techniques with microwaves? Because basically he's saying that they're caused by microwaves, okay? Intriguingly, a group of crop circle enthusiasts called the BLT research team claims to have been able to replicate the observation changes to pulvini using 30-second exposures to microwave generated by magnetrons from readily available microwave ovens. Today's magnetrons are small and light, and some require only 12-volt battery power supplies. Hasselhoff and Levengood used a Beer-Lambert principle, which relates to the absorption of radiation to the properties of the material, to model the radial dependence of the Pulvini swelling. For a typical 9-meter circle, Hasselhoff model indicated a radiation point source placed 4 meters above the circle's center. Once superheated with this source, the stalk's orientation could be readily sculpted, speeding up circle creation. Although this appealing hypothesis fits the published facts, biophysicists will clearly need to expand upon these preliminary experiments if such speculations are to become accepted. Traces of some patterns, ghost formations, can still be seen in the subsequent year's crop, suggesting long-term damage to the crop fields consistent with Levengood's observations of stunted seed growth. Crop formations are harvested every year, and so these damaged crops are entering our food chain. Intriguingly, Levengood's results showed stunted growth came from crop circles that appeared early in the season's immature crops prior to anthesis. This is the flowering. However, he also reported that if the seeds were instead removed from circles etched in mature crops, then the growth rate was increased 5-fold. This observation led Levengood to develop and patent molecular impulse response technology, which accelerates crop growth by applying electrical pulses. You'll see the patent. I will link to the patent. We might look at it briefly. But if you have a young crop and you expose it to whatever it is, whether it's aliens, it's individuals, or it's a natural phenomenon, doesn't matter. If it's a real, genuine crop circle that exhibits this phenomena, Levengood found that, and his colleagues found that when the crop circle was in a young crop where the seed heads had not flowered, then the seeds that were finally produced ended up with far inferior germination rates. If it was done on crops that were fully mature, then the seeds would grow up to 5-fold. This has profound implications for food security. It also indicates that, you know, he has some very detailed beliefs of why that was going on. He said there's a redox potential in there and it deals with some chemicals in there and you can measure that. But he's measuring the effect of something. Now, what he says is something you'll see is basically completely in line with what we understand with charge clusters, exotic vacuum objects. And if they contain extra electrons, this life force, and they are embedded into the oxygen that's, for instance, dissolved in the water or part of the water itself, then when those seeds germinate, they can gain access to that and do the action, the biological intention of growing at a much faster rate. Okay, so totally profound implications for food security. So that is that article. I will link to that article, and it was in physicsworld.com. So now we are going to look at some papers by Levengood, and I have done some notes on them. Okay, so as we started this with our story of iron-rich crenellated spheres, we will start with his paper with John Burke from the BLT research team on semi-molten meteoric iron associated with crop formation. We report the unusual discovery of natural iron glaze composed of fused particles of meteoric origin concentrated entirely within a crop formation in England, appearing shortly after the intense Perseid meteor shower in August 1993. Physical and chemical characteristics as well as the spatial distributions indicated reheating to a semi-molten state at the time of crop impact. suggesting involvement with an iron plasma vortex. An iron plasma vortex. A mechanism previously considered the chief candidate in scientific investigations of crop formations. Abnormalities in seedling growth was also consistent with the unusual responses of seeds taken from numerous crop formations. Out of a 4-year investigation of plant tissues taken from over 80 crop formations located within 5 countries, we report data from a single sample set which indicates a close encounter between the complex forces producing these flattened circular type formations and meteoric material from the atmosphere. Both soil chunks and plant tissue taken from specific regions within a 1993 wheat crop formation in Cherhill, Wiltshire, England, exhibited a high degree of magnetic susceptibility, which originated within adherent coatings consisting of the commingled iron oxides, hematite Fe2O3 and magnetite Fe3O4. Okay? Fused into heterogeneous mass and having the properties of magnetic glaze. The makeup of this material appears to be of meteoric origin and apparently impacted the ground while in the semi-molten state. Was it really molten? Was it molten or coherent? Was it really molten or was it like a jelly? Presence of the meteoric material adhering to both soil and plant tissues casts considerable doubt on this being an artificially prepared or hoaxed formation. Results. Field investigators Peter Sorensen of the United States found the magnetic material confined to localized dust-coated plant swirls or vortices approximately ½ meter in diameter, regions designated D in Figure 1, located within the boundaries of 2 larger, more atypical circular sites of downed plants approximately 15 meters in diameter and 60 meters apart. We're both within the same wheat field. The oxide material was first perceived as brown stain or coating, non-uniformly spread over the upper exposed surfaces of the limestone soil and within interstices of leaves and stems in the entangled wheat plants. An impacted wheat stem is shown in Figure 1 with its location indicated relative to the formation complexes. In these 3 separate gouged out impact zones, the embedded magnetic material is the dark regions as indicated by arrows. Dark regions here. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. This does look like the crop circle that was in... This shape looks a bit like the crop circle that was in the video by Matsumoto. Well, I'll have to confirm that. Or it's certainly got this similar kind of arch bit here. Okay. Light microscope examination of the coatings revealed the presence of black light-reflecting particles in the range of 2 to 100 micrometers. We have observed these structures at 2. We've observed in Alan Goldwater's ultra experiment the formation of 100 micrometer order structures. Obviously, within the magnetron, we produced around about 500 magnetron and other 100 micrometer type structures, with both irregular and spherical shapes, mixed with a red-brown amorphous appearing matrix. The overall semblance suggested a glazed layer. Based on the known properties of the 2 common forms of iron oxide, the samples were exposed to 1700 Gauss horseshoe-type magnet. Very pronounced susceptibility was observed in coated regions on the plants and soil. The attraction was sufficient to literally pick up leaves, wheat heads and stems, as in Figure 1, and to cause movement of coated soil chunks 1 to 3 centimeters in diameter when the magnet was brought in proximity. Diagrams not to scale showing the lay of the wheat crop at Cherhill in England. Swirls are approximately 15 meters diameter and 60 meters apart within the same field. Arrows extend from the small internal vortex 0.5 diameter containing plants with adherent embedded magnetic material shown in 3 impact regions on the wheat stem. So from this small vortex they found this piece of wheat stem and it had these magnetic particles in there. Where are we? The layer on the soil was very adherent, whereas with care, the coating on the plants could be removed as intact flakes. The film's thickness ranged from 200. Now, here's the thing. This is weird, right? What temperature do you think iron melts at? I think it's around about 1350 degrees centigrade. And I think paper, which is cellulose, is a very similar material to dry straw or wheat. And would you not say that this might ignite the stems if it was actually molten? Do you think it's actually molten? Anyway, with that said, the layer of the soil was very hard, blah, blah, blah. The film thickness ranged from 200 to 400 micrometers on both soil and plants. The outer or air contacting side of the plant fragments formed a bubbly heterogeneous mixture. The inner plant contacting surface retained a fixed imprint on the longitudinal fibers and cell structure of the plant epidermal cells. This clearly suggests that the coating material was semi-rigid or plastic condition when it contacted the plant surface. Plastic condition, like a jelly? The formation of these adherent iron oxide films suggests a spraying type of ablation in the Earth's atmosphere and a temperature of above 500 degrees C for Fe3O4 to condense to form from cooling gas. Therefore, it seemed important to search for further evidence of high temperature involvement in the magnetic glaze formation. Within the adherent film on soil chunks were very thin-walled tubules of hematite, which appeared to rise up through the glaze and solidify into a hollow dome. In many cases, the rounded caps were shattered, with their thin fragments scattered beneath. I can tell you, this exact description is what you see on part of the thunderstorm generator. It's kind of what you also get in kind of rust formations, but rust is not magnetic, okay? I've also seen similar structures in Hutchison samples. On occasion, these domes were found relatively intact, but with the wide stress crack produced during cooling. This tabulation is more clearly understood when it is considered that the limestone is used as a high temperature flux in the smelting of iron. When the oxide mixture strikes the soil, there is a very brief flux-ino interaction with the limestone substrate, at which time the dome tubes are formed by escaping trapped gases at the film-soil interface. It is important to note that the less adherent glaze material on the plants does not contain these domed tubules. One might expect the plant surface under a glaze particle would be severely charred, but such is not the case. Only a faint red hematite stain remains. One might expect the plant surface under the glaze particle would be severely charred. Nope. The high water content of the plant cells would ensure that rapid formation of insulating, okay, all right, there's the lead and whatever effect, steam layer between the plant tissue and the glaze film. Very, very convenient. In fact, SEM photographs of the plant containing side disclose deep elongated pits, which may have been caused by localized pressure as steam and water rushed out of the stomates and forced a rupturing of the thin glaze. On ceramic pottery, a too rapidly cooling of the thin film glaze causes a network of very minute stress cracks. One characteristic feature of the so-called mud crack patterns is an approximate 90-degree angle at the point of intersection, and they seldom cross one another. The SEM in figure 3b shows a network of these flaws in the magnetic glaze, with one region of intersection indicated by a central arrow. Well, it could also suggest that this is effectively instantaneously cooling. As this adherent layer cools and contracts, a temporary tension stress develops in the outer surface of the glaze. The work done in forming this film has been shown to be comparable to theoretically stretching the glaze film over incompressible sphere. In this case, the limestone chunks. The growth and vigor of seeds taken from heads demonstrating the magnetic attraction were compared to the control heads taken from over 100 meters from the large formations. The energies within the glaze regions did not adversely affect either the germination or the seedling growth. In fact, the rate and uniformity of the plant growth were significantly enhanced. In fact, the rate and uniformity of the plant growth were significantly enhanced. This is a situation which is commonly found within seeds taken from crop formations occurring near the late maturity stages. Okay? So this is the mixture of iron oxides on the outer surface. This looks a bit like the chunks that I examined from Benjamin Huang's reactor. Plant contacting the side of the same fragment showing imprint of plant epidermal cells. Unfortunately, these are not great. This is one of these little bubble structures, and you've seen those same structures in the thunderstorm generator. Arrow indicates the dome of a tubule formed in flux interaction in the interface between the magnetic coating and the soil substrate. The crack formed as an internal gas is cooled down 100 times. This is this so-called crack here, but I've seen plenty of those as well. Scanning electron microscope view a plant contacting surface of coating showing the region at right arrows where the heated gas is escaping from the stomate apparently blew a hole in the film. Central arrow indicates the type of crack pattern typical of rapidly cooling glaze film. Well, could it be cooling from room temperature to minus 273 degrees C? That would be also rapid cooling, just not from hot to cold. It would be from cool to extremely cold. Now, here we go. Energy dispersive spectroscopy of the soil substrate on which the adherent magnetic coatings were found. It's missing a G there. Calcium, silicon, and iron. Calcium, silicon, and iron. Where have we seen calcium, silicon, and iron? Oh yeah, that's right. We've seen it in ball lightning structures, in Henk Uren's blowing up ball lightning. Calcium, silicon, and iron. Of course, there is silicon, obviously, and calcium, and there's oxide in all of that, typically in the soil. It's a problem. But not so much so in the Henk Uren Vega experiment. Where did the calcium come from? Okay? Now, here we go. Energy dispersive spectroscopy of soil... Okay, no, this one. An EDS of soil magnetic glaze showing presence of iron and oxygen only. The magnetic glaze showed presence of iron and oxygen only. Iron and oxygen only. Where have we seen that before? Where? Oh, that's right. These spheres, they're iron and oxygen crenellated microspheres. Thank you very much, Black Tie. That's very kind of you. So, I didn't know that these magnetic spheres were just iron and oxygen, but it would appear that they are. And we've seen that before. Let me just pull up a recent example, if I can. If I got it to hand, it would be convenient. So, what I'm about to show you here is the analysis of the VCS5RT. If it's going to let me drag it. It's not going to let me drag it because this is blown up. So I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this. Okay, there we go. So this is, if you remember from flux capacitor presentation, these are some of the analysis here. So this is this crusty glaze. And does this look a bit like the crusty glaze here? I don't know. Could be a subjective. Does that look a bit like that? I don't know. And you can obviously see we have calcium, and we have silicon, and we have oxygen, and iron. Okay. There's obviously copper and stuff in there because it's a copper pipe. And if we go down, we might find our iron-rich crenellated sphere. So here's a glaze-like substance which has iron and oxygen, essentially, and carbon, obviously. There's lots of carbon made in this thing. There's a fiber here, which basically has all of the stellar synthesis type elements going on. Ah, look what we have here. Is this one of our iron-rich crenellated microspheres embedded into this overall matrix? Let's have a look what it's got. Oh, look, it's got iron and oxygen. And of course there's carbon everywhere, so it's going to see some carbon. There's a carbon tape in the background as well. So essentially, it has iron and oxygen. There we go. There we go. So here, in Levengood's study of crop circles, we have, what is it? Iron and oxygen. There we go. Iron and oxygen. Now the thing is, what we found is that these spheres, they don't seem to rust. They stay magnetic and they have this iron-oxygen ratio. Okay. Energy dispersive EDS comparisons between the soil substrate, figure 3C, and the magnetic coatings, figure 3D, confirm the absence of mixing with the soil substrate, as none of the calcium or silica typical of this chalky soil were present in the glaze. The presence of iron and oxygen only suggests a possible, for George Howard, meteoric origin, especially as the incident was dated to within a few days of the Perseid meteor shower, which in 1993 produced some of the highest activity in years, Brown and Rental 1994. The elements nickel, chromium, and manganese, normally significant components within any iron-bearing meteor, Krinov 1960, were absent in the EDS analysis. This may relate to the fact that heating caused by entry into the atmosphere produces a fusion crust. This external coating is composed of magnetite, much of which is ablated as molten droplets, which may immediately cool or become partially oxidized to hematite. The congealed droplets drift to Earth several days after a major shower, Badu, and have also been found in soil surrounding known iron meteorite falls. The size range of such spherules is consistent with particles found in the crop formations. X-ray powder spectroscopy of such iron spherules has shown lines of magnetite only, while others have shown both magnetite and hematite. In this context, it should be noted that we are aware of only one similar incident, and that took place on January 8, 1981, approximately 48 hours after the quadrantine meteor shower, and another of the year's active showers. This event, occurring in Trans-en-Provence, France, coated the upper side of limestone rock and soil with a thin plating of iron oxides only. Thus, timing, content, and form are all consistent with meteoric origin. Now, manganese and it's saying here, typically you have nickel, chromium, and manganese in an iron meteorite, iron-rich meteorite. Now, we've shown that you take chromium, you add 4, you get to manganese, and manganese is just before iron, and then you add 4 and you get a nickel, or like an alpha particle or whatever, something like that. We've shown that before. But what we have shown in the knife, what I call the sword in the stone of John Hutchison, in that boundary layer where the EVOs are acting to allow the knife to teleport into the aluminium block, where we saw the yin-yang structures in my presentation at the Cosmic Summit earlier this year. We also saw iron-rich crenellated spheres in that boundary layer, but they also contained chromium from the stainless steel knife. Moreover, in the outside of the inside of the Malcolm Bendel thunderstorm generator, we observe chrome and manganese bearing nickel, depending, it's typically chrome and manganese, from the stainless steel of the inside sphere being captured in to the spheres at that point. But by the time you get to the inside of the outside, they're predominantly pure iron and oxygen. And I think what's going on is there is a magnetic separation in the charge clusters, and as it goes through the flux loop, predominantly what gets to the other end of the opposite pole that travels through the magnetic flux loop is the ion itself and the oxygen, because iron is magnetic, oxygen is paramagnetic, all types of oxygen are paramagnetic, and iron oxides are paramagnetic. Are ferromagnetic as well. So I think that's probably what's going on. And so he doesn't have that separation understanding, but that's fine. But it really supports many, many observations. And as we go through these papers, you'll realize just how close he was to really nailing this. Not for the fake ones, not for maybe whatever, but like for real crop circles that either are produced by natural phenomena or people that understand the technology and are applying it in a, just drawing things. Okay? All right. Okay, so we've got the nickel chromium there, Perseid showers. Right. Formation hypothesis. In Churchill, England, the meteoric dust was confined to separate smaller swirls within the larger swirls. Previous discussion on possible causes of crop circles has centered on the hypothetical plasma vortex comprised of tightly swirling ions of the same diameter as the flattened swirled area of the field. Meaden, 1991. Meteor trails are so highly ionized that they can be detected by radar. Ionized is charge separation. Ionized is charge separation. So they're so highly ionized you can use a radar to detect them. Okay? I'm just going to get rid of the word in the background because it's killing my... I'm running out of memory. I don't want it to crash on me this time. Okay. Right, so we've got charge separation. It's so charge separated that you can detect it by radar. Now look at the next phrase, and used to enhance radio communications. The structure of these ionized trails is still not well understood, but known to be turbulent. So you've got charge separation and turbulence. Charge separation and turbulence. What do you get if you get charge separation and turbulence, everybody? You get formation of self-organized plasma. Plasma processes are commonly seen in the ionosphere with the aurora, many of which are spiral. In fact, the rays of common aurora are known to be tight vortices viewed from the side. Hallinan, 1981. While the full scale of an aurora is vastly larger than that of the 15-meter crop circle, the thickness is often little more than 100 meters. Okay? In plasmas, the magnetic pinch effect tends to concentrate the plasma into progressively tighter helical structures. As the overall width of the helix decreases, the local induced magnetic field increases. There's literally a US government-funded plasma pinch reactor research. You can go out a reactor being developed, okay? So it's a long... People have known this for a very long time. And, you get these can crushers and stuff, and it was basically discovered by a lightning rod a long time ago. Thus, if it were plasma vortices that impacted the English wheat field, the 0.5-meter subvortices would likely have had stronger magnetic fields than the 15-meter vortex of which it was part. These smaller, high field strength regions could be a process of plasma convection and chemical separation. Plasma convection and chemical separation. So, plasma process and chemical separation. This is what I'm saying is going on within the thunderstorm generator and in the processes in the Hutchison effect. You have the magnetohydrodynamic structure. It has these intense magnetic fields, and because of that, in the plasma, you get separation of elements and you get a purification in the magnetic core. That is my hypothesis. They form discrete filaments containing the highly magnetic iron dust. Microwaves produced by the electrons rotating in their helical paths would heat any iron particles present, and in air would also oxidize a portion of to the hematite form. Microwaves produced by the electrons rotating in their helical paths would heat any iron particles present in air and would also oxidize a portion to the hematite form. Okay. This is how a magnetron is basically working. You have microwaves in a chamber and they're rotating around magnetic field lines, and it leads to the electrons are spinning in the magnetic field and field lines, and it leads to the production of microwaves. Internal heating may explain why the hematite-magnetite mixture was still semi-rigid on impact. Normally, such droplets congeal in the air and reach the surface as independent spherules without plating the ground. Well, could it be that they're super loaded with charge clusters and they're a little bit jellified because they've got these exotic vacuum objects in there moving the metal bonds around and making it not so hot, but plastic, just like you see in the Hutchison effect. Spiral aurorae commonly contain arcs which have been seen to evolve into pairs of counterclockwise vortex sheets, arrays of vortices, that are never stable and never unwind. This compares well with the two 15-meter counterclockwise spiraled areas in the wheat, with their attendant subvortices. So we go up and look at the diagram again. So you've got these vortex, anti-vortex here, and these overall kind of vortices going on here. Okay, various vortices and anti-vortices. Helical auroras originate in spiral electrical fields of the magnetosphere and map down along geomagnetic field lines into the ionosphere. Is it possible that a pair of these downward directed counterclockwise plasma vortices intersected and captured meteoric dust along the way, which in turn was maintained or heated back into a semi-molten state by the microwaves of subvortices, which carried it to the ground, with its subsequent crop flattening energies? If so, this would indicate a heretofore unknown phenomena of the ionospheric plasma vortices descending to the Earth's surface. Whatever the primary origin, the evidence clearly indicates that meteoric dust impacted the ground while in a semi-molten. Is it really molten? Don't want to keep going on about this, but I don't think it's necessarily molten in the hot sense, but it might be jellified, and was confined to multiple tight vortices within flattened wheat formations. Okay, so he gives the acknowledgements there, and we will move on to the second paper. Okay, now the very interesting thing that we will talk about with reference to the 1991 water molecule and the 1985 Templar 4 subtor structure might be related to this kind of microwave formation, and we might have a means by which we can potentially determine the lower limit of the substructures that can occur in these overall structures. And for me, that is my potentially, and I'm pushing myself out on a limb here, but I think it might be one of the most significant findings of my work to date, and we will get to that in a little while. Thank you for bearing with me. Okay, so the next paper we will do is so one of the co-authors on this paper here, John Burke, okay, he did a paper here on the physics of crop formations here. And this is in 1998. In 1989, we know that time well, don't we? In 1989, the appearance of 2 books on crop circles combined with some media coverage alerted most Americans for the first time to the appearance of previously unrecognized phenomena. This might be why Dr. Levengood came in the 1990, 91, 92 period. Okay, so this would be about 4 years after the crop circle that my father showed me in 1985. Alerted most Americans for the first time to the appearance of a previously unrecognized phenomena which had no precedent. Large geometric shaped areas of crops which had been flattened overnight. Writing a letter to the author Pat Delgado to ask for details about the biological studies, career biophysicist W.C. Levengood was shocked to find that no biological studies were being conducted. He asked for and received plant samples taken in line with his instructions in what was to become a steady stream of plants across the Atlantic. As formations were reported in the US and other countries, samples were obtained from them, as well as always with control samples taken from unaffected parts of the same field for comparison. Today, after meticulously analysing tissue samples from 5 countries and more than 300 formations involving many types of crops, some clear patterns have emerged. Whatever the force which makes crop formations, it physically alters the tissue of the flattened and sometimes the internal upright plants in a number of ways. Over time, a hypothesis has emerged suggesting plasma as the active force. None of the following effects has occurred when formations have been made by us and others using all the techniques claimed by those who have confessed to hoaxing crop formations. 1. Stalks which are very often bent up to 90 degrees without being broken, particularly at the nodes, the pulvini, these things, which are like the joints of wheat stems. Something softened the plant tissue at the moment of flattening. This is particularly dramatic in canola rapeseed, which otherwise is as stiff as celery as this stage or at this stage of development. Could it be that this isn't heating it? That it is potentially overloading it with chi energy and it becomes more flexible? Could it be that there is a flux of chi in the vortices at the same time as an overloading into the water, because the areas of these pulvini are higher concentration of water than the other stems? This is true, as I understand it, from growing plants all the way through to mature plants. And in fact, there is a whole mechanism between certain elements where you get an ionic potential set up in the various membranes in these pulvini that allows water to osmotically move from one part to the other, which changes the turgidity on one side relative to the other, which allows them to either bend towards sunlight or for instance, in certain plants where they're able to be mobile to like close the leaves or you know, on a fly trap, they're basically the way plants have joints and track the sun and stuff. But they also are able to track the orientation with gravity so that they can, like, for instance, be pointing upright. Okay, so if we have something that is maybe a model for gravity and it overloads these things, making them more flexible, the chi does, but then because of the flux going through that and going in the vortex, which is persistent, these things that are overloaded and then following the flux because they are trying to follow gravity, and then they get locked in such distorted positions. Maybe something like that is going on. Stalks, which are usually enlarged, stretched from the inside out by something which seems to heat the nodes. Does it heat the node, or does it turn the water into water gas without actually boiling it? Just like that disruption zone in the water spout, I believe, is not necessarily heating that water. It might be overloading it with chi such that the atoms, the molecules of water can't bind together. Is it just converting it into water gas? Is this what's going on in cavitation-based HHO generators where you get water clusters? What's going on in the bubbler of the thunderstorm generator, such that you are getting cavitation processes going on that allows the formation of water clusters and water gas at temperatures that are not boiling temperatures. Could this be what was happening when that ball lightning went in the 1910s or whatever and caused a barrel of water to boil, but it wasn't actually boiling, it was turning to water gas? Okay, because we know the inside of the ball lightning is under the temperature of water because there are accounts of water coming out of a failing ball lightning. Okay, so stretched from the inside out by something which seems to heat the nodes from the inside. Heating the nodes from the inside. So the idea is that this would be microwaves, wouldn't it? Because it's heating it from the inside. But if it was also chi, that's a neutral stuff, or neutral charge clusters that's able to go in and cause water to not bind in the same way, or any kind of electron interactions to act in the same way, then you could observe the same thing, and it would actually do less damage to the plant because it wouldn't be boiling that water. It would just be converting it to water gas. Sometimes this effect is so powerful the node literally explodes from the inside out, blowing holes in the node walls and spewing sap outside the stalk. This has been measured in thousands of samples to a degree of 95% to 99% probability, significant to highly significant in the language of science. Levengood has duplicated this effect using microwaves. So yeah, you can boil water and get something that has water in it to burst, but could it be something a little bit more interesting that doesn't cause boiling damage to the plant? It's not cooking the plant, okay? Stalks which are left with surface electric charge. Boom! Stalks which are left with surface electric charge. We have measured this in two formations which were only a few hours old. The degree to which the stalks were bent over was proportional to the degree of electric charge on the stalk, strongly suggesting the force which pushed it over was electrical. This to me is absolutely killer. 4. The thin bract tissue surrounding wheat seed, which had its electrical conductivity increased, consistent with the exposure to an electrical charge. If this is not charge clusters, when the seeds and the stalks of a recently formed structure are replete with charge. Now, when charge clusters are going from the white mode to the dark mode, the black EVO, they're going from a white EVO to a black EVO, what do? They emit electrons up to 2 kiloelectron volts. They emit electrons up to 2 kiloelectron volts. This would cause static electricity. It would, cellulose is, you know, it's gonna collect that charge and it's going to show that charge until it's dissipated. Very interesting. Right, so natural causes. As scientists, we at the BL team had to, now I'm thinking of bacon, lettuce and tomato. Anyway, had to next ask if there is anything in nature which shares these characteristics. The answer is yes, plasma. Plasma here is simply electrified air. It carries electric charge, and when it travels through a magnetic field, like the geomagnetic field which exists everywhere on the planet, it does two things. It moves in a spiral, the most common pattern in which crop is flattened in crop circles. When it spirals, thus, it emits microwaves. This is the same principle used in your microwave oven, where electrons are spun around a magnet in the roof and emit the microwaves which penetrate the tissue, heating from the inside by interacting with the water in the food. The plant stem nodes, the most affected part of the crop formation plant samples, are the site with most of the plant's water. There you have it. So, spinning electrons in your magnetic field produces your microwaves. But what if they're spinning at a different frequency and at a different scale, producing different wavelengths? Can you imagine a scenario where you could have an exotic vacuum object made of charge cluster, but it hasn't really self-organized, so it's not energized so much, and so its size is big. And so it produces very low frequency RF. You don't see it. It's low frequency rumble. But as it spins up and it subdivides as the orthogonal shearing forces force self-organization of the charged separated material, then you get subclusters that are at higher and higher frequencies of spiraling. And they are still in the magnetic field. And so you get higher and higher frequencies of radio frequency. At some point, you could imagine a scenario where the emitted electromagnetic emissions are in the infrared, and then they would go up to the visible spectrum, and then they would get more and more into what? The UV, and ultimately they would get into the extreme UV and ultimately into X-rays. What you are hearing from me right now is a description how something that could be invisible around an object could persist, and you wouldn't be able to see it, and it wouldn't interact with your body. But as you spun it up and energized it, it would start to be going from infrared and pushing through higher and higher frequencies of the electromagnetic spectrum until you suddenly start seeing this red thing, and the red thing started to get more intense, and it moves through and all the way up to blue, and then it kind of goes into the UV, and then it kind of starts to, like, you don't see it again when it's really spun up. This is what you see with ball lightning. Ball lightning does this thing up to the blue, and then it comes down. Sometimes it can pulsate. It's also what is described for some type of UAVs. UFOs, what you like to call them. Take your pick. I believe that this is the one mechanism that applies to all of these phenomena. And I'm going to show you something which I think is very, very interesting, but let's get back to this author. Plasma was first hypothesized as the cause of crop circle formations by English meteorologist Terence Meaden. He suggested the plasma was in the form of vortex produced meteorologically. Unfortunately, crop formations did not seem to overly dependent on any set of weather conditions, and this model did not explain non-circular formations. We asked ourselves, was there any other possible source for plasma? Lightning is an example of a very powerful, very high energy plasma. It is caused by plasma electrically charged air far above the ground in thunderheads up to 80 miles high being attracted to opposite charges in the ground. But lightning is a much higher energy plasma than that which makes crop circles, where usually no charring occurs. Here we go again, when usually no charring occurs. We've got semi-plastic metals and metal oxides, and we're getting no charring. Really? How does that happen? Okay. Low energy plasma. The ionosphere, on the other hand, is a region of low energy plasma, 40 to 80 miles up in our atmosphere. That's because it's very rarefied gases. When you have very rarefied gases, you can create plasma with a lot lower energies, where most of the area is electrified by solar wind and cosmic rays. The only time that some of this plasma gets energetic enough to glow is when we see the northern lights, and a lot of people have been seeing those this year with all the solar activity. It was long believed that the ionosphere and the Earth's surface were completely separate, and that never the twain would meet. In recent years, however, decades of airline pilot sightings were confirmed with scientists' photos of electrical flashes in the air between thunderheads, 8 miles high, and the ionosphere up to 100 miles high. The several types of these have been dubbed sprites, and they are apparently very common events. So there are frequent exchanges of electric cargo between the ionosphere and a storm 90% of the way to the Earth's surface. We believe that sometimes the exchange may cover the other 10% of the distance as well, and actually reach the ground. Something similar is known to happen every night everywhere when plasma penetrates partway down, causing perturbations in the geomagnetic field. Normally these attempted penetrations are bounced back by the way they came by reflective layers of the ionosphere, the same reflective layers which AM radio waves bounce off to communicate over the horizon. At night, these layers weaken and rise, which is why you can get AM radio reception over much greater distances late at night. And I was actually telling Jordan Collins' wife because she's French, Emma, I was saying how I managed to learn French in a couple of years, in just 3 months, to pass my French GCSE. I said at night, I found out on my AM radio, I could tune it in only at night, and I could hear the French broadcasts in Surrey from France. And I listened to French radio for three months, and I passed my French because of the AM radio. I then went on to do signals, and so I learnt about ham radio and being able to bounce this off the ionosphere. So anyway, they are weakest in the pre-dawn hours when most crop formations occur. The ability of plasma to penetrate these reflective layers is directly proportional to its vorticity, i.e. the tighter and more rapidly spinning the plasma cloud, the further it can penetrate toward the ground. The magnetic pinch effect ensures that as such a plasmoid descends towards the Earth's surface, it shrinks in size and spins faster. Much like the spinning figure skaters accelerate by pulling in their arms. I mean, they're even using the same terminology that I used to demonstrate this. It's hilarious. Wait for it. And increasing in ammunition. The amount of ammunition in the ionosphere in the form of free electrons increases up to 100 times between sunspot maximum and sunspot minimum. Crop formation frequency, at least in England, has roughly paralleled sunspot numbers. The huge outbreak of crop circles in 1988 to 1989 coincided with the most powerful sunspot maximum in their 170 years of recorded history. Since 1988 to 89, crop circle numbers have declined accordingly. This roughly 11-year cycle should peak again near the millennium. The meteoritic connection. The strongest evidence for the ionosphere as an origin of crop formation plasma comes from the microscopic particles of meteoritic dust found in 2/3 of the 32 formations which we have been able to obtain soil samples. The heaviest concentration ever was found in 1993 in an English formation which appeared on the night of the largest meteor shower to hit Europe in 30 years. This example became the basis of our second 1995 paper on crop circles, which I've just read to you, published in the peer-reviewed literature Semi-Molten Meteoric Ions Associated with Crop Formation, Journal of Scientific Exploration. Sub-millimeter-sized bubbles of pure iron oxide, magnetite, coated both the ground and the crop in the formation. To summarize, a detailed and technical investigation that the material was identical to the debris which erodes from meteors as they burn up in the atmosphere, and which takes 7 to 10 days to settle to the ground. It can be picked up with a magnet, as could some of the wheat in which it had become embedded. It has since appeared in the majority of formations from 13 US states and 5 foreign countries where soil samples were obtained. Inside formation, it appears 20 to 100 times the normal concentration for soil. 20 to 100 times the normal concentration for soil. As plasma spirals around geomagnetic field lines, it creates its own magnetic field. As plasma spirals around geomagnetic field lines, it creates its own magnetic field. This would tend to attract and carry along any magnetite dust particles encountered as it descended from the ionosphere. The ubiquitous presence of this material has essentially ruled out a low altitude source for the plasma. Right, so you're kind of getting to the point of realizing that they're saying that even in these systems, looking at atmospheres and so forth, you're actually finding the same kind of processes that we're seeing in the Ultra experiments, in the Vega experiments, and in the thunderstorm generator. Established scientific facts. These are extremely well established and long established scientific facts. Nothing said so far is remotely controversial except for the idea of plasma reaching the ground from the ionosphere. Plasma loves to organize itself into spirals. Most aurora are actually arrays of tight tubes of plasma vortices. Seen from the side, they spin around the geomagnetic field lines. 1/3 of all aurora organize themselves into gross spirals as well. One candidate, the small curl, seems a likely candidate for crop circle formation. It is often as small as 400 meters across where it starts in the ionosphere, but shrinks as it descends. Plasma might, we reasoned, be reaching the wheat fields of England from the ionosphere, but why did so many occur in one small area of England, and how did they form some of those incredible patterns? These are two very distinct issues. In a search for why any plasma might be particularly attracted to one tiny area 30 miles or so across, we eventually looked at the hydrogeological maps of England and found something remarkable. Are you ready? Are you ready? Crop formations in England overwhelmingly appear over shallowly buried parts of a giant chalk aquifer. England has the world's deepest chalk aquifer. The White Cliffs of Dover are a view of one side of it. They also have some of the world's greatest seasonal fluctuations of water levels, up to 100 feet. Was there anything about this which might attract plasma? As it turns out, there was. Water percolating through porous rock, any kind of porous rock, creates electric charge. This occurs by a process called adsorption, in which electrons are stripped off water droplets as they move through rock pores, leaving a net negative electric charge behind on the rock, and a net positive charge on the water which drains through. Chemical reinforcement. With calcium carbonate, the mineral that makes up chalk, there is a chemical process when the water dissolves some of the mineral, which further reinforces this same charge separation. Wherever charge separation occurs in a body which can conduct electricity, electric current flows and generates its own magnetic fields. We measured these ground currents and their changing magnetic fields in 1993 at Silbury Hill, along the centre of the most intense crop formation activity in the world. Relationship with the aquifer. Crop formations in southern England overwhelmingly occur. Now, I have to say, my father was always going on about the aquifer under the downs. Our farms, when we were farmers, were reliant in part on the aquifer that runs under the chalk in the South Downs. I had no idea this was the world's deepest chalk aquifer, but I distinctly remember my father talking about the importance of it quite a few times. The largest formations and most frequent formation happens late in the summer when the aquifer is most run down and the most water has, therefore, run through the most rock. The beginning of the modern phenomena of large spectacular formations began in the late 1970s and early 1980s, a time when over-pumping for public water supplies began to lower the water table noticeably in the Wiltshire area. And I know a lot of people think it rains a lot in England, but I can tell you in Sussex and East Sussex, a lot of the water that was drinking water and is drinking water comes from the world's deepest chalk aquifer. Regularly in the southeast of England, you will get drought orders, which means you can't put water on your garden because the water is coming from this aquifer. Okay? At a time when overpumping for public water supplies began to lower the water table noticeably in the Wiltshire area. Elsewhere, it has been noted that droughts have coincided with banner years for crop formations. In one particular field in England, which has nearly annual crop formations, our team measured the kind of magnetic fields one would expect to accompany such electric ground currents. 4 days after taking these measurements, a major formation occurred there. Follow-up fluxgate magnetometer measurements taken 4 days after this 60-foot dumbbell appeared showed that the magnetic readings and the currents which produced them had vanished. This is not unlike the discharge with that more powerful plasma lightning. In the case of lightning, ground current attracts the airborne plasma, and when the plasma lightning bolt hits the surface, it neutralizes the ground current. So what they're saying is, You've got a lot of charge clusters up in the sky. You have a changing charge separation situation on the ground. And at some point late in the summer, when this reaches its maximum, there is the maximum potential for you to be able to do this work. What they're saying is, whether this, let's say this is natural and you get a natural formation, this is how the natural formation would occur. But if you could produce, by using scalar interferometry, a weather system that had a massive amount of charge above the ground, and then you could invoke a situation where you could change the charge potential in the ground somehow, you might be able to induce one of these massive transfers of charge clusters into, I don't know, a tall metal object, for instance. Just saying. Limestone is the chemical twin of chalk. It too is calcium carbonate, but it is much less porous than chalk. It also has the ability to generate ground currents from interaction with water, but not nearly so much as chalk. This is fascinating. It is fascinating to note that limestone aquifers are the major exception to crop formations occurring over chalk substrata. Formations in England do happen a minority of the time on large limestone aquifers there. In the US, we have no substantial chalk deposits, but huge stretches of limestone aquifers do exist in Florida on the eastern coastal plain, throughout much of the Midwest and virtually all of the Great Plains, extending into Canada. Finally, a thin stretch runs down the west coast. These locations are where crop formations occur in the US. As in England, the most active sites seem frequently to be where an edge of the aquifer occurs or where a river valley has cut through the aquifer to produce an edge. Proximity to water is also typical. No surprise considering the current generated between water and rock it runs through. So basically, if you had a technology where you could produce these things, then the place that you would be most able to produce these things in the world is the south coast of England, just behind or on that or in the place of that chalk aquifer. And that is exactly where I saw that structure that was produced by I don't know, that my father showed me. So just to recap there, this here in this field, I showed you directly behind here, we've got the chalk hills here. This is all chalk under here. And here it is. This is a chalk hill. This is all chalk hill around here. And that's where that is. And it's in the late summer that I saw it. Here we go. This is in June. So this is also in the summer. And so, yeah, hot times of year. Water has been gone down through that chalk. So even if you were man making these things, this would be the best place you could possibly make them. Because if you had something that you could control using scalar interferometry in the sky, you could then move it by moving the crossing of the beams. And if you organized it in such a way that you could rotate the vortex plasma to come down, you would be able to produce these things. Doesn't really matter to me whether it's aliens or man. I can see a technological way that this could be delivered and produce the kind of observations that were located around where I lived. And this one was created at the time that I was living there. Anyway, oh dear. All right, back in the room. Let me see, where are we? Okay. Shape's most difficult to explain. This leaves us with the question of shape. The crop circle design is the most difficult to explain with the natural model of crop circle formation causation. The most common patterns in the crops, most common seen in plasma. It's most... Okay, here we go. You're going to like this phrase. The most common patterns in the crops are the most common patterns seen in plasma in the laboratory. It is important to remember that plasma is scale invariant. Boom! Anything which happens on the scale of inches can and will happen on the scale of miles, etc. I rest my case. 1986 ball burn sample. You remember the hexagon like quote mark, right? With the vortex structure in the middle eating into that stainless steel. That was 40 microns across. On the 2007 aluminium sample, oh, I've got it here. I actually have it here. Somewhere. Where is it? Where are you? Oh. Maybe another day, unless I've got it in here. Ooh, yes. Yes, I have it here. Thank you, John Hutchison. Look, this structure here, you can actually see the scale of it. That distorted hexagon there, with the little tail off here, right? That little structure there, exactly the same formation. This is like big. This is not 40 microns. Look, there's my thumb. It's scale invariant. That's what I've been saying. And the other sample, again back to the ball burn sample, that has a structure on there which I identified was the same as the European Space Agency's image of sunspots, which are magnetic structures, and it was 8 times the diameter of the Earth. So talk about scale invariant, that's about as scale invariant as you get. And it wasn't until I shared the Italian Nuclear Energy Authority's Protosphere paper from 2001, I think it was. And you can go and look at that video, Protosphere, where they were talking about if we want to create a fusion reactor, we should probably do it as a sphere. In there, they had some papers on plasma, and they showed how sunspots worked, and the organization of the sunspot was exactly as I'd seen on that Hutchison sample, as I'd seen on the European Space Agency image, although it was mirrored because it was on the other pole of the sun, other side of the sun. But they showed a plasma loop pinching off and producing a toroidal plasma ejection. I rest my case. So, exactly the same words that I've been using. Oh. And he says it there. It is important to remember that plasma is scale invariant. Anything which happens on the scale of inches can and will happen on a scale of miles, etc. So it is worth noting that plasma in the lab most commonly organizes itself into a spiral, the most common pattern found in flattened crop circles. The next most common pattern observed in plasma is the swirled disc, surrounded by concentric rings, the crop circle bullseye or target pattern. And this is also the next most commonly observed design in the fields. Furthermore, in both mediums, the concentric rings tend to alternately swirl clockwise and counterclockwise as you move out from the center or in from the edge. Other patterns seen in plasma and in crop fields includes floral patterns, nested crescents, dumbbells, and others. The designs hardest to understand using the plasma model are those that incorporate straight lines and right angle shapes. It is counterintuitive to think that air can form such patterns. However, as in electrified air, plasma behaves more like electromagnetic fluid. And so the physics of plasma motion is called, you wait for it, magnetohydrodynamics. Boom! What? 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 And while it is also contrary to common sense that liquids form such shapes, in fact they do when excited. American physicists exciting liquids with sound waves have produced surface ripple patterns that include squares, triangles, hexagons and others, and we all know what we're talking about here. We must remember that a crop formation is a two-dimensional record of the passing of a likely three-dimensional shape. The ground, two-dimensional, is likely to record only a two-dimensional slice of a three-dimensional plasmoid. So even two-dimensional patterns in the plasmoid, in plasma could get recorded in the ground. What have I showed you? In the magnetohydrodynamic structures, I've literally specifically said it's this, on the outside of the 15mm spherical section taken out of a copper pipe in Henk Uren's Vega experiment. On the outside, where the interesting stuff happens, I have shown you two-order structures like that, like an oval, like an almond shape, like an eye shape, yeah? I've showed you literally triangle structures, literally square structures, pentagons, hexagons, octagons. These are geometrical structures with straight lines. I've physically shown you what it can do. And it's the same fractal toroidal structure, in my view, that is doing it. And here he is literally saying this can occur. Now he's more talking about cymatics here, but I'm specifically saying this is the organization of toroidal solitons. And it doesn't necessarily, it is 3D shaped, but overall it will mostly appear on the non-radiating boundary as a sphere, but actually when it impresses on the ground, and it does impress on the ground, it like impresses and gets stuck, right? That's what you're seeing in those structures. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, I'm gonna bring it up, so just might as well bring it up. Where shall I do it? I shall do it from this one maybe? What am I talking about? I am talking about, have I got it in here? Maybe I haven't got it in here. Yes, I've got it in here. Okay. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, this is the 15mm ball lightning cut in a copper pipe. Henk Uren, I produced it. Thank you very much, Verity Hound. And I'm looking at the boundary here, and I see this two-order structure with the oval shape, okay? With the kind of Vesica Pisces shape. This is the triangle shape. Again, these have a spiral vortices, but it's not a spiral vortice when we get a four-order structure. This is a square shape. This is a pentagon shape, this is a hexagon shape, and this is an octagon shape, okay? And the octagon shape, interestingly, has three substructures in it, and they're starting to form their own shapes. So you can imagine as this gets up to a real circle, you might end up with substructures forming in the middle. But here we've got effectively nearly straight lines. Now, this scale here is 1 micron, so this is only 4 microns. So whilst this might look a little bit imperfect as a triangle, right? If it was, you know, much bigger, then, and of course, you know, you've got this one structure which is quite close to this, and this structure which is quite close to this. So this might be affecting this one, and this one might be affecting this one. So you don't get a perfect straight line. But if you had one all on its own with 3 subtor structures, it would end up with extremely straight lines. And we actually did see something very similar to that in the cavitation spot that we observed with here. These very straight lines. Which you can see here in the magnetohydrodynamic structure on the vibration plate of the HHO generator of Dr. Roy Shinamaza. Okay, very extremely straight lines, and that's only 20 microns, so that's only, each side of that's about 2 microns. So if you can get extremely straight lines cut into steel, why would you not get extremely straight lines cut into a field when it's extremely big? So yes, I think what we are witnessing here, this is magnetohydrodynamics. I've said it's magnetohydrodynamics. I stand by it being magnetohydrodynamics. It produces the spherical cut cavity, and they are self-similar objects that are trying to come to the end boundary, and they are producing these. These are analogues of crop circles. That's what they are. They're analogues of crop circles. Okay, so let's go back to our PDF that we are looking at here. You imagine how nice this was for me looking at this week? You know, I really don't like finding things out until the right time. I really like to live my life on a need-to-know basis. American physicists, exciting liquids. But this is not cymatics. I mean, cymatics might lead to the resonant nodes on which these structures are forming, and you might call it cymatics because it's maybe organizing the substructures, but they are self-organized electrodynamic structures which are purely magnetohydrodynamic and bound together by the fractal toroidal structures. Okay, the fractal toroidal forces. Deterministic chaos. Deterministic chaos is a new branch of science in which it has repeatedly shown that systems which are excited or turbulent, I mean, come on, excited or turbulent can assume surprisingly geometric patterns. Ilya Prigozhin received the Nobel Prize for showing that two-dimensional geometric patterns often form of their own accord in three-dimensional pools of liquid chemical reagents. A ball of plasma being drawn groundward by an electromagnetic hotspot is likely to be a turbulent system. Yeah, it's charge separated and it is hydrodynamic shear or magnetohydro. It's all you need. I rest my case. Spontaneous. We can expect that patterns will spontaneously arise within the plasma, however briefly. If such a moment the plasma impacts the ground, if at such a moment the plasma hits the ground, whatever pattern had formed is the pattern we can expect to appear in the crop. I'm actually saying these things are more stable and they get locked in their magnetohydrodynamic half in, and they force the structures to form. Also, with plasma, there is a positive feedback loop which might tend to refine certain patterns until they are of the picture perfect sort we often encounter. Certain shapes are called waveguides. They will attract plasma like bees to honey. And what we see in that magnetohydrodynamic structure on the steel vibrator plate cut into it, we have triangles. Triangles cut into stainless steel on each side of a vortex and an anti-vortex. And those triangles have very sharp corners, and in the corners you've got a little circular thing. That is the core of the soliton that's in each of those structures, as in the loop, but it's drawing an extremely straight line between them. Oh, nature's so cool. They will attract plasma like bees to honey. A rectangle is one such shape, and this is the primary reason why ball lightning, a high-energy plasma, loves to enter houses through chimneys. Chimney are regular tunnels. Now, what did I show you in the... Oh, well, you haven't seen it, but I've shown you in the past. The waveguide for the microwave supernova reactor is a rectangular section. And many waveguides are for microwaves and stuff are these rectangular sections, okay, or polygonal sections. Another commonly used waveguide in industry is the dumbbell shape, which occurs frequently in the fields. And still another is the key or F shape called the Millman waveguide, which we often see attached to circles. Plasmas create their own magnetic field lines. If, by random chance, the magnetic field in a turbulent plasma takes on a waveguide shape, it could create positive feedback loop. More plasma will be attracted to that part of the plasma ball, vortex, or cloud, which has assumed that shape. The plasma will spiral along those magnetic field lines as it moves. When plasma spirals around a magnetic field line, it strengthens that field line, which in turn attracts more plasma, etc. Thus, this shape might tend to get locked in and even refined until close to its ideal shape. At that moment, this is a highly speculative, but this is a highly speculative but stimulating hypothesis. It still strains the imagination to think how some of the more elaborate patterns might arise from sheer plasma physics. They're basically saying, yeah, maybe some of them are fake. Not always perfect. One aspect of this is that, as Long Bother does, is that if this is a natural phenomenon, then it should frequently result in designs which are not geometric at all. Nature does not always get everything perfect. As it turns out, we now believe that most plasma impacts result in non-geometric flattening of the crop. Of course, crops around the world are constantly being flattened by non-plasma events such as wind. However, sometimes close inspection of such raggedly downed areas has revealed the same bent and elongated nodes as are found in crop circles. Sometimes the large field in which the crop has been flattened in the nondescript pattern will have within it small areas of spiraled lay over other lay patterns with 180-degree opposition, which are impossible if wind were the cause. Sampling and lab analysis of many such sites has shown that a great number to have the same tissue changes in formations. In fact, the most dramatic node changes ever recorded have been in such randomly downed areas, including plant stem nodes, which were blown apart from the internal pressure. This is in keeping with plasma physics. Plasma will spontaneously organize itself into vortex shape if the energy levels of the plasma does not get too high. When the energy levels exceed a certain threshold, the plasma's ability to maintain the vortex pattern breaks down. Examination of photographs of crop formations very often reveals such ragged areas of down crops all around the formation. Our pattern-seeking minds, however, tend to ignore this, and we go straight to the geometric formation, considering this to be the only genuine event in the field. We believe that plasma, in whatever shape, is probably impacting the ground far more often than we realize. We have analyzed rings in grass which have undergone physical changes consistent with plasma contact. If plasma were to hit streets or buildings, it would leave no visible record. A series of concentric rings found in sand on US West Coast beach showed very high levels of ionization. A ring in the dirt in Colorado field had some of the highest concentrations of meteoritic dust we have ever seen. And this only in the top 3 inches of ground and only in the ring. Like sprites, we believe that the plasma we are studying may turn out to be like sprites. Their existence, reported for decades by airline pilots, was ignored by science until a professional scientist took photographs of them. Now that scientists are looking, they are discovering sprites to be incredibly common wherever there are thunderstorms. We have one daytime photograph from a crop circle in New York State, which looks like a small plasma vortex, and the rare eyewitness accounts of circle formation are essentially consistent with our model. Likely one day everyone will know of such events. In the meantime, we have those amazing patterns to admire and puzzle over. Okay, so at this point I want to talk about something which has never really been explained to me adequately. I've offered hypotheses in the past, but there's a couple of points. One, Piantelli told us something that he'd never made public before. I have spoken about it a number of times in the past. And this was, he was starting up one of his Piantelli-Focardi reactors. And he was leaning down and he was adjusting something. And there is a quartz pass-through where the electrodes and stuff pass through into the reactor. And so it's like a transparent window, but like all glass, it's partially reflective. And he got this severe burn on his shoulder. And the notion there was that this, because he was wearing clothing or whatever, the notion is that this was some sort of coherent possibly co-limited, light that was being emitted that wasn't visible, but or photons that was able to interact with his skin and give it a nasty burn. Well, I think that's probably exactly what was happening. I think there was a laser kind of situation set up in there with photons, and it was due to the fact that his charge clusters were spinning up, shedding electrons. Electrons were up to 2 kilo electron volts. They were interacting with the materials in there, producing photons and vice versa. And because the photons were inducing electrons and stuff, you end up with this kind of like a laser type effect, but at a higher energy than a lot of lasers are. So there's that. And then there is this specific thing about Ken Shoulders. Now, I'm going out on a limb here, but I kind of, I want to do this. So, in review, at this stage, I talked about ball lightning for the first time as part of revealing some of my, 1/3 of my slide day for the slides for the original O Day back in October 2018 in Sochi to the Russian community, because this lady had done a fantastic presentation. I felt that the community there was receptive to my thoughts relating to this ball lightning phenomena. And when I was first reviewing the materials of Dr. Takaaki Matsumoto last year, there was this video on crop circles in there, and this got me thinking about my own experience and more recently of this crop circle that I observed in this field above the world's deepest chalk aquifer, which would make it the perfect target for projection of these kind of controlled plasma vortices, which you could manipulate with scalar interferometry and energize with scalar interferometry. And I established from the West Sussex Gazette that this occurred in 1985, when I was just 12, 13 years old. My father took it to me when we were living here. We moved here when I was 12. This occurred between my 12th and 13th birthday. My father took me down the road here to see this. And when I was at university, this one occurred over here, about a similar distance away from our house, although we had moved a little way up the road to Storrington at that time, on the other side of this part of the hill. And I believe that if these were man-made, they were made by the same things that my father showed me in 1979 when we were living at the previous house when I was 7 years old. And if you look due east from that, that was 32 Offington Gardens, Worthing. It went to the oldest purpose-built air base in the world, and they were projected from there. And given the fact that these things were probably fantastically easy to control, it was easy to move these things around and potentially create these formations as necessary. I think the first formation is exactly and precisely the way you get the gods with a little g control power under control. My father, being a Mason, probably would have made sure that I got to see this. He was certainly very keen for me to know about the chalk aquifer. He was very keen for me to know about these structures. I think my story is unique, of being able to have a member of my family tell me and my siblings to come and watch a light show that looks like all of the so-called UAPs or that many people have seen. And I believe that this structure is effectively showing the 4-4 structure, which is the way you get the God control power under control, as we've shown in actual experiment. And that when I was in the subterranean Knights Templar underground a few weeks back in Vienna, just outside Vienna in Austria. We were showed the top of the altar, and it shows the symbol of God-controlled power in the center at roughly this scale, and surrounding it there is 4 subquanta, and each of those are divided into 4 substructures. Therefore, I believe that this is exactly representing this, and this is exactly representing this, and this is no coincidence. So the altar looked like this on this elevated plane, and so the energy is being pulled up through the tornado that comes down here. I think this is well known. Okay, and here we have the 2-order structure with the substructures on the golden ratio line, and this is the n level, this is the n-1 level, and this is the n-2 level. Here we can see a n core, the magnetic core, and this is an n-1 magnetic core. There's another n-1 magnetic core coming out here, and if we scale the central core here to from the crop circle to the size of the n core, then the n-1 core is approximately the size of this. And given the fact that this is a drawing sketch of an approximation of what the crop circle was that I saw in 1985 that my father showed me, and given the fact it's gone through, you know, scanning and you know, it's very low resolution, I think this is pretty close to both this and the scales that are here on this potentially maybe 800-year-old or even older Templar altar. Okay, then the second crop circle, which appeared here in 1991, I believe is correctly identified as oxygen. And the reason I say that is that the, and I scaled this to 60 for oxygen for the empirically derived scale of atomic oxygen. And this is the height of approximately of atomic hydrogen, 26.8. It's actually 25 empirically determined. But if you can imagine that this oxygen is in the background and this is in the foreground, if I scale this to oxygen's height, this will be closer to you. So it would appear as with your 100 and whatever it is, 4 degrees or whatever it is angle between the 2 hydrogen, the bond angle, this would appear larger. Or it could just be because, you know, it's this very low resolution image. And then I asked, what are these? This is the Chilbolton object, which was the inspiration for my 2018 design of the wedding ring that we had made. As you can see here, it's the same thing on there as the Chilbolton communication technology. And I believe this is communication through the fractal toroidal moment. Okay. And I will give the link to the website which does a breakdown of how this forms. I also think that this is representing water, but it's kind of also the same kind of time representing fractal nature of these structures. Now, why am I retelling you all this? It's because of this. Ken Shoulders said that exotic vacuum objects, when they're going from the white to the black phase, emit up to 2 kiloelectron-volt electrons. Here's 2 quotes from some of his papers. It is necessary to prevent a runaway deconsolidation of the electronic fluid contained, and keeping the excitation or trigger level below 2 kiloelectron volts can possibly do this. So for people that are wanting to make exotic vacuum objects, okay, if you have discharges that are over 2 kiloelectron volts, you might cause the breaking up of these structures. So if you were to have less than 2 kiloelectron volts, these things like to self-organize. So when you are exciting a microwave plasma in the plasmatrons of Klimov, the same plasmatrons that were used to simulate the effects of lightning strikes by Berkmakatova, yeah, you would want your plasmatron to build charge clusters, build them and build them and build them, and then you would want to hit them with over 2 kiloelectron volts. And that would be a spark discharge that then causes the structures to break up and be forced through a capillary. When it goes through the capillary, they will force, because you've got charge separated material and hydrodynamic shear, you're going to get magnetohydrodynamics going on, and you're going to get reformation of these structures, but with a confined size, okay, and a very ordered structure. So it's not surprising that you see these spiral beams coming out of the plasmatrons, as I showed in, again, trying to get through to people in the room, trying in Strasbourg. Okay. So observing the energy level of electrons ejected from EVOs is an assessment means for this critical level. Below a certain level of excitation, black EVOs exist and operate in obscurity, while above this critical level, the white EVOs come into play by ejecting 2 kiloelectron volt electrons. Okay, so if you excite an EVO, they will consume matter and they will eject and charged ions and whatever, and they will eject 2 kiloelectron volt electrons. And so if that is the threshold of their limit, then if you overpower them, they will blow up. This is extremely important information. I cannot overstate how important this is when we want to work with exotic vacuum objects. And so if someone thinks that someone in the field of exotic vacuum objects doesn't know this, they need to avail themselves of it. Okay. In the second paragraph here, it says, in general, the emission velocity of electrons from exotic vacuum objects decomposing from an active white state lies in the range of 2 kiloelectron volts. More explosive EVO states can cause electrons to be released above a measurement limitation of 100 kiloelectron volts. So it can go above 100 kiloelectron volts. We observed this in Signal, in my view, back in 2015 in a nickel hydrogen reactor by Alan Goldwater, glow stick 5.2. And this was also observed by Gotti, I think, and by various researchers in the early days of cold fusion preparata, and it's considered as what's called J radiation. So this is blowing these structures up. When they blow up, then, you know, all hell can let loose. But when they're forming, you don't want to go, you see rather, 2 kiloelectron volts. Now, furthermore, 2 kiloelectron volt electrons can produce 2 kiloelectron volt photons through the process of Bremsstrahlung, breaking radiation. When high energy electrons, such as 2 kiloelectron volt electrons, are decelerated or deflected by the electric field of a nucleus, they can emit photons with energies of up to their initial kinetic energy. And the corollary of this is that 2 kiloelectron volt photons can produce 2 kiloelectron volt electrons through the photoelectric effect. In this process, a photon with sufficient energy strikes an electron, typically in a metal, and transfers its energy to the electron, causing the electron to be ejected from the material. It is this bouncing between these two kind of states which is part of the principle for the EVO-based direct electricity generator that I am working with Henk Uren and supporting the delivery of a minimum viable product with EVO Labs. Okay, this is part of that sort of bouncing between these two states. By having copper oxide, we enable the photoelectric effect, and by having metal in there, we allow the Bremsstrahlung radiation to produce these photons. So you only need to have something over the work function of the material, which is very low for copper oxide, and the copper oxide is negatively charged, and that will release these electrons when they're hit by photons, and when you get this high energy electron hitting the metal, it will produce all of these photons coming out of a range of energies up to 2 kilo-electron-volts. So you can see how the process of a condensing charge cluster would lead to vastly more free electrons in a charge separated environment being available to charge clusters to consume even more electrons, and so you have this kind of virtuous cycle going on, and that's one of the ways Ken Shoulders says you can get a net energy gain from this process by employing this hysteresis going on. Okay, right, so at this point, I just want to introduce two topics. One that was discussed earlier in the mechanisms that were given potentially for how ball lightning or lightning or some sort of plasma structures were able to do the formation of crop circles. And they mentioned magnetrons, okay? Now, of course, we use a magnetron in the supernova and the nova reactors. We know that this produces iron-rich crenellated spheres, seemingly from just carbon in graphite. We know that the magnetic flux loops in these structures can strip metal out of steel in a thunderstorm generator, potentially aggregate iron from aluminium foil in an ultra experiment, and strip out iron from steel in the Hutchison sword in the stone. So we know the fields are incredibly intense, and we know that magnetrons can do it in certain instances. But there's another thing that may be going on, which is called synchrotron radiation, and there's a difference. Well, they're quite similar in a way. So I'm just going to give you just a talk between the two, and then kind of what they're used for. But anyway, a magnetron and a synchrotron radiation are both related to the generation of electromagnetic waves, but they operate on different principles and are used for different purposes. A magnetron, this functions by, it's a type of vacuum tube that generates microwaves. It is commonly used in microwave ovens and radar systems. It works by using a magnetic field to control the motion of electrons, causing them to emit microwaves as they spiral around the field lines. Okay. Synchrotron radiation, on the other hand, is the electromagnetic radiation emitted when charged particles, such as electrons, are accelerated to near light speeds and forced to travel in curved paths by magnetic fields. This radiation is produced in synchrotrons, which are types of particle accelerators. The high-speed electrons emit radiation as they are bent by magnetic fields, producing highly co-limited and intense beams of light, often in the X-ray range. Okay? Now, could you have a scenario where you have X-rays produced at 2 kilo-electron volts, and those X-rays somehow are hitting the iron that's in the core of these structures, because it's going around in a loop maybe, or they're just coming out because they're light, and they're hitting the iron, and then they're producing from that iron 2 kilo-electron volt electrons, and that somehow they're getting out of the structure. So is the 2 kilo-electron volt electrons actually produced by 2 kilo-electron photons that are internal to the overall structure? Because let's have a look at our toroidal structure. Okay. And why is this relevant? So, let's assume that the 2 kilo-electron volt electrons have something to do with photons, okay? And what is the wavelength of a 2 kilo-electron volt photon, and what could that mean? The wavelength of 2 kilo-electron volt photon X-rays is approximately 620 picometers. In fact, I think 620 picometers translates to 1.997 or something kilo-electron volts. Okay, but let's assume this is roughly correct. Could this be used to define the typical lower bound of Tors in the average exotic vacuum object. I'm not saying that other structures like the cores of each of the substructures couldn't be smaller focused points in the phase singularities. But I'm just saying the things that cause and allowed to structure the whole thing, could they have a lower bound? And what might that be? Well, if you wanted to create a wavelength of 620 picometers, the resonator would have to be half that. So that would be 320 picometers. Okay? I might be wrong about this. People that know more about this than me should have a look at my workings. I'm only part done the workings, but I think it's worth putting out there for peer review because potentially this is a very, very significant finding. But again, I might be wrong, but hold with my logic. So, yes, you're right. It should be 310. Thank you. And therefore, I'm going to correct my work. So that's how peer review works, and it's working right now. I need to just correct a few slides. Thank you very much, JKP Hilly fan. Oh dear. Right. All right. Give me a second. I'm just going to have to correct the next few slides. I told you it was pretty raw. I just found another error. I get to correct this one myself. Oh dear, what an idiot. Right. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. Talk amongst yourselves. Whilst I correct my terrible maths here. Okay. Thank you for your assistance. Normal programming will resume. Okay, so not being very good at dividing 620 by 2, but anyway, for a wavelength of 620 picometers, a resonator would have to be half that, so 310 picometers. Okay, all right. Now my logic might be wrong in the next slide as well, but we'll see. I am stating that all moving electrons inside the non-radiating boundary, which is a sphere defined by this radius, are in a strong magnetic field. Okay? So if we've got moving electrons inside this non-radiating boundary, they are in a strong magnetic field. Okay? And then I am arguing that this is our 48 subdivisions, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't need to be 48. But there is something going around here. Let's say electrons do go around here, whether they're going directly through the cores of the subtors or whether they're going around in a spiral, whatever. I decided to take the distance across here as the equivalent of the 320 picometers. And just because you can't see my drawing there, I've zoomed in here. So in my model here, this equivalent equates to 1 meter between the central loop here. Now, my logic here is we're looking for the smallest structure that needs to be stable. And I think that the stable structure, the first time you get a vacuum current, that is electrons able to move around permanently without decaying, is when you have a wheel within a wheel within a wheel. So you need a third order Tor structure. So you need the n level, the n-1 level, and the n-2 level. Now in this one I've not got the n-1 arranged on the golden ratio line, It just makes it easier for me to see what I'm doing, and I haven't got the n-2, but so I'm having to approximate, okay? And I will do a better version of this and a better calculation a little bit down the line, but I think you're going to get my point in a minute. So this is 1 meter. Now the n-2, the n-1 level would be a loop going around here, orthogonal, okay? And then the other one would be an orthogonal loop to that in the last plane that leads to the vacuum current being able to go around here at this, which we want to be 320. Okay, so the n-2 distance is actually less than 83.67 millimeters on my diagram. The reason I say less than is because this is the outer part of the torus. So the inner part will be somewhere in here and it'll actually be in the middle there. So I will actually do my homework and come up with what it should be. But this is just for approximating it, okay? So if we take the 310 picometers and we times that by 83.67 divided by 1,000, that's the millimeters, we end up with 25.94 picometers, less than. So the smallest loop, this one down here, which I've zoomed up here, I actually have it correctly here, but it's only on a 2-order structure, okay? So this is the wheel, the n level, this is the n-1 level, this is the n-1 level, and this is the n-2 level. And so you can imagine that the loop of the electron orbit here would be on the inside of this torus, okay? So this is an overestimation of the size. It's going to be smaller than that. And what is the size of atomic hydrogen? It is 25 picometers. Boom! I am arguing that hydrogen, atomic hydrogen, effectively is your nucleus is in the center of the phase singularity here, and the electron is orbiting around. And that is the smallest Tor subquanta that you can get. Now, I'm not saying that because you can get coherent matter in each of these clusters, that it can't be much, much more. But what I'm saying is the reason that observed by Ken Shoulders, you only see 2 kiloelectron-volt electrons, is that using synchrotron radiation, with the electrons spinning around here in this vacuum current, and the vacuum current we know needs a wheel within a wheel within a wheel at least, right? We need a wheel within a wheel within a wheel to get our vacuum current of our electrons spinning around this circular ring, okay? Inside this intense magnetic field structure, we'll get synchrotron radiation. That will be able to produce photons. The photons can be high energy, up into the X-ray range, and the photons can come out here and hit the metal, and the metal will release, therefore, 2 kiloelectron-volt electrons, which can come out of the weak zone. Or go out through the top, whatever. They're coming out somehow, right? And so I possibly, from thinking about ball lightning, the mode of ball lightning that produced crop circles, thinking about the claim that crop circles might be producing magnetron effects, and thinking actually, no, well, the magnetron can't get us up to X-rays, and it doesn't quite work in the same way, but the vacuum current here is controlled by this intense magnetic fields, these toroidal magnetic fields. Then we have a scenario where it could be producing photons that have the right wavelength to have the right energy to produce the 2 kiloelectron-volt photons, electrons rather. And therefore we potentially have a lower bounded limit, which is exactly the smallest nuclei, atomic hydrogen. That's it. There's a lot more that I wanted to discuss tonight about crop circles. I will go into the paper at another time. The patent. Let me go and look at this. If I can find it here. I will do a separate presentation on the patent because it is very important that I give it due credit for what it is saying. There are many, many data points in that patent which would also support the findings. There is also, so I'm going to do possibly, am I going to be about? I think next week again, I'm going to do part 2 of this. I'm going to share some papers, but essentially, because of study of crop circle effects, W.C. Levengood established a method of treating seeds, and the observations are consistent with other methods of improving seed germination and the life of plants. And he was using I've got to bring it up. I can't do it like this. I have to show you. Oh, let me get this. Oh dear. Yeah. So the key points of this patent was that were essentially from these effects on seed growth. While seeds taken from surrounding crops grew at normal rates, seeds from the formations grew up to 4 times slower in 90% of the measured formations, because these were formations that were caused during the seeds, the plants pre-flowering or not mature seeds. And it's because of the way the damage to the bit that allows the seed kernel to grow, it means it damages it in its growth. But intriguingly, Levengood's results showed stunted growth came from the crop circles that appeared early in the season in immature crops prior to anthesis. We looked at this earlier. However, he also reported that if the seeds were grown instead removed from circles etched in mature crops, then the growth rate was increased 5-fold. This observation, and so I'm going to talk about this at length in the second part of O-Day crop circles. But let me get the patent just to go over a couple of points. Where did I put that? Where did I put it? I want to get my noted version of it. Not there. Not there. Come on. Talk amongst yourselves. Thank you for sticking with me. I know it's been a long one. Okay, I think I have it in here. Give me a second. Where are we? Lordy. Tabmania. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, so here is the patent. A method and apparatus for treating seeds with self-organized avalanches of electrons. Oh my God, what does that sound like? Self-organized avalanches of electrons. between electrodes as cathode and anode with seeds between the anode and cathode or on the anode. Apparatus circuit T200 provides simultaneous DC and AC between the electrodes, which creates an avalanche of electrons which project into the seeds. The seeds must be stored before planting. The seeds so treated have enhanced growth characteristics. What you are going to see is the same method for producing birdies that was deployed by Alexander Shishkin in his study and his team study at the nuclear research facilities in Dubna in Russia. It's the same kind of spark gap discharge system that was employed by Dr. Alexander Parkhomov in his study into relic neutrinos. These two things are intrinsically linked. It's to do with the breakdown voltage in air and the limits to that. And so you will see that I think there's no way that W.C. Levengood could not have had conversations with Ken Shoulders. I just can't believe. Or he was studying Ken Shoulders' work. But essentially here, you have a means of picking up the spark discharge rate. You have a mesh on which you place your seeds, and you have your field emission gap here and a power supply. That's essentially it. This is a coil to pick up. Now, what they are saying here in this technology is that using this coil, they can pick up the charge clusters effectively that are emitted are outside of the apparatus, and they can use this coil to track whether the discharge rates are correct. What this goes to show you is that charge clusters are being emitted into the environment, and this device will need shielding, the type that I have talked about a couple of weeks ago. Okay, so any device using this will need to keep the operators healthy. Okay. These are different kilovolts of spikes. So I will do a whole separate presentation on this next week in part 2 because the significance is too high. And, you know, depending on the kilovolts between this 8 centimeter gap here, different seeds have different potential positive and even sometimes negative growth rates. So 5 in this particular seed growth rate, it changed very significantly. 30% difference in growth when it was exposed to 5 kilovolts. This is, I think, in a different seed type and so forth. So this is one determination way they looked at the redox potential caused after the exposure, and this was a proxy for how well the seeds had been treated. Okay, it doesn't necessarily go into the mechanism of what's causing them to grow so well. Okay, this goes to show the redox ratio in carrot tops. This is using the probe coil, so as a proxy for detecting the emissions. And it's all very well described. If I can zoom out of here, this is fantastic for anyone that has grown crops. This is just spectacular and important information. I know it's on the side, but like I say, I'll put this into a proper presentation and walk through it in more detail next week. But here you have these treated seeds and the control seeds here. They start off by having 48 seeds treated or untreated. And you can see here the number of days, the number of hours after planting when the seeds start appearing. So the worst thing you can do is plant 100 seeds in the garden and you know 30 of them never come up, right? or 40 of them never come up, or even worse, sometimes like most of them never come up, or that they come up so after such a long time that you don't get to even understand whether you're going to get a crop in that field. But here we go. If this is hours, then 238 hours here is 10 days. Okay, so we've got a 10-day point here. With the untreated seeds, firstly, even at the, 10 days, 12 days, it's after 12 days, so you're getting on for 2 weeks here. The untreated seeds are significantly less observed germinating, and at the end of this period, there's still a significant number haven't germinated. But if you look here in this control group 2, at the 286 hour point is, what is it? 30 seeds have germinated there, but that's already happened at 173 in this case, so like 173 hours. So it's more than 100 hours before you got the same number of seeds coming up. Okay, this is just so much better for a farmer. Okay, again, massive increases in the speed of emergence in the field. This is sweet corn, this is bicolor, different type of sweet corn. These are early ear developments, so like they've got different voltages applied, and they can see in this case they've got the ears are developing earlier. This means you can harvest the crop quicker, you've got a shorter growing season, less risk involved there. Again, much earlier here, carrots. I mean, it's just several things. This patent is available for anyone to use because it is April. This was published April 1998. It's actually from 1996, and so we can be free to use this. And so I would like studies done on this, and for us to come up with our own verified seed growing, germination and stuff. But there's just immense implications. So yeah. So essentially, he goes through a number of prior art, and he talks about using microwaves. He actually talks about some of his previous work in 1974, patents in 1987, patents in 1988. So he has 3 patents trying to improve seed germination prior to actually studying ball lightning. Crop circles. But it's only after crop circles does he. So this is actually priority 1996. So in 1994, he describes genetically transferring DNA between plants using constant DC voltage. So like this is before he's really considering what his findings are in crop circles, and it was based on his paper in 1991. Okay, so this is before he was really studying crop circles. Okay, so his last patent. So all of these patents didn't really work. 1974, 1987. Something in 1988 by someone else, and in 1994 also talks about voltages between 300 and 220,000 volts DC, and then someone else uses this range, and then someone else uses microwaves or whatever. But in other patents of general interest relating to ultrasound, and this one relating to microwaves. So they're trying everything to try and make seeds grow better. There was one using AC ripple and DC current to produce pulses here. Pulses of ions were produced from wire brush emitters to flood growing plants in the field. So this is actually doing it in the field, which is highly inefficient. Okay, it's not used with seeds. Okay, so there is clearly a need for a reproducible and reliable method for treating seeds. Anyway, to cut a long story short, and we will go through this in detail, but just like in the system of plasma, water flow plasma discharge in Bogdanovich et al., they have a DC voltage bias and an AC or pulsed ripple. This is the same thing going on in the Vega experiment. This is the same thing going on in the systems of Suhas Ralkar. Many different systems have used this approach. And what you are doing, therefore, is you want a DC bias so that any charge clusters formed drift from the cathode to the anode. It's in front of the anode that you would have your seeds. Then you have the AC ripple, and the AC ripple goes from not sufficient field emission, or sorry, not sufficient space charge to allow for the dielectric breakdown to going through the necessary dielectric breakdown. And ideally, because we know about this, we want to keep that under 2 kiloelectron-volts. Okay, but it's over a distance, so it's a certain amount. It's like, I think it's half a kiloelectron-volts per centimeter or something. So they've got 8 centimeters, and 8 centimeters, that's 4 kiloelectron-volts. Okay, so they want something around that to start getting it to break down, and then as it goes through, it's going to create these self-organized plasma structures, and that is literally what it says in this paper. Okay, and then they talk about leaving the seeds that are treated for a period of time before planting them, and I will give my perspective on why that is important next week. Okay, I will share this paper. I'm looking for anyone's interesting input, but I think when you understand how these charge clusters work, then you can understand how they will accelerate life, like I was talking about in the last couple of weeks, and the risks and benefits for that, and how they might damage things at certain stages and be beneficial at other stages. Anyway, I think this is a profound implication for food security the world over. It is an open patent now because it is now expired. There were several licensee companies, one in Australia, I think, one in China, one in Italy, but it's open season now for this technology. And I would like to see trialed technology based on this, which is very well done, a good research program to explore it, and then to have, you know, systems that people can build as a minimum viable product, but also where we can have a system where these are like conveyor systems, and you can just choose to have your seeds treated or not for a fee or whatever, and we end up with better yields and stronger plants, more disease resistant. If they're disease resistant, then they're going to prevent need less pesticide control with chemicals and so forth. Both this technology and the technology of treating water, could be considered organic because you know, they're not using chemicals, and that's it really. So essentially, what have we learnt today? Well, first off, we've learnt that there are real reasons why the southeast of England possibly has been a hotspot for crop circles. Yes, 100% there are people faking these things. But what we've also looked at is there's very, very clear evidence that iron-rich crenellated spheres, possibly, not necessarily crenellated, but I suspect they are, iron-rich spheres that are magnetic, therefore they're not rust, hematite or magnetite, or even this FeO2 material, potentially. And these crusts, potentially because of intense magnetic flux tubes. We've talked about the magnetic flux tubes in Lion. We've talked about it in Vega experiments. We've seen what they do. We've seen these things are probably happening in the thunderstorm generator. Almost certainly they're happening also in the Hutchison effect. And it's able to shift iron and also purify the iron. Okay, is it synthesizing the iron? Maybe. It seems like it's certainly doing organization of matter. Whatever. definitely charge clusters involved, and these things are potentially attracted to this world's deepest aquifer in the south of England. World's deepest chalk aquifer. And that this very specifically leads to a different space charge arrangement over that ground, which is accentuated in the summer and late summer at the times that crops can be exposed to charge in the sky, and leading to this pull down of charge, possibly even from the upper atmosphere, leading to these structures. Now, if you knew this, if you knew, as my father did, there was this incredible aquifer under the south of England, and you knew of people that had these balls in the sky, as my father certainly did in 1979, and you knew as a Mason that the symbol of God-controlled power, this symbol that is around the Sumerian gods' necks, that is stylized in the Maltese cross, which is just a stylization of it. The Maltese cross also in those Sudanese ionic columns, along with the ordinary form. If you knew all this, and then you knew that this had been written into the crop and you showed me, I think you would be part of a community that had either a deep understanding of this, or that was trying to find a way to get this information to the world. I want to say a thank you to my father. I don't know what you were doing to me as a child, programming me, whatever, but thank you. It's been a very interesting journey. And I look forward to meeting you one day again. I do not believe there is any coincidence in this particular crop circle. When I've got it there, I'll get it there. Give me a second. I don't think there's any coincidence. This is not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence that Dr. Takaaki Matsumoto studied crop circles. Chalk aquifer. I don't think it's a coincidence that this symbol and this symbol were chosen to be shown here. I firmly believe that this symbol is representing this structure, the subcores and the main magnetic core, and that this is a representation of the top of the 444 made of into a 4. Wheel within wheel within wheel, top of the altar in the Knights Templar underground these are ceremony rooms on the top of the altar here. I think it cannot be coincidence that if you take the overall wheel within wheel within wheel structure and you look at this and scale it to this, it is approximately correct with the N-1 core as well. I do think that this is oxygen and this is hydrogen, and this is kind of representing that, but also the fractal nature of the overall structure. That the observation, which I have never had a proper explanation for the observed electrons that come out of an exotic vacuum object when it's going from the white to the black mode, that these possibly are the result of this interplay that can occur where photons can produce electrons by hitting a metal. We know there is metal in the center of these things. That is this metal, iron. And so the photons in that structure can hit the iron at 2 kiloelectron volts and produce 2 kiloelectron volt electrons. And the wavelength of 2 kiloelectron volt photons is approximately 620 picometers. I might be wrong in this calculation, and I would like people to check the work. I believe that this could define the typical lower bound of the TORs in the average EVO. For the wavelength of 620 picometers, resonator would have to be half. If I assume that the resonator is across here and the electrons are going around here, this is half, this is one half of the cycle, this is the other half of the cycle, this is one half of the cycle, this is the other half of the cycle, this is the resonant cavity. Then from my model, this is 1 meter. This is an approximation because if I show you here the sub-TOR, sub-sub-TOR, it would have a loop inside that. And so if you take the 83, you divide it by 1,000, you end up with doing the resonator times this, because you need to make this vacuum current, this electron accelerator loop, which is inside this magnetic field, to produce your synchrotron radiation, your X-rays. You need a wheel within a wheel within a wheel minimally. We learnt this from the Schwerblis paper, and this leads to something under 25.94 picometers. I suspect it's a reasonable amount under that, and I will do the proper calculation in the coming days. And the atomic radius empirically derived for hydrogen, atomic hydrogen, that's a proton with an electron, is 25 picometers. I do not believe this is a coincidence. I believe that this potentially is the cause for the emission of 2 kiloelectron volt X-rays, sorry, 2 kiloelectron volt electrons by impact with the core, the metal core, from the photons. And somehow they're getting out, okay, the electrons, either through here or through here, probably, one or the other. And that is it, I think, for today. So this was O-Day crop circles, part 1. Thank you very much for your time. Buenas noches, dobro noc, good night. I will have a look through your questions. Please ask me questions in the remoteview.icu blog. Total honor to be doing this. I can't express to you. And I'm sure there's going to be huge revelations in the Russian work next week. I will do whatever I can to get that translated to you. Thank you very much, Dak. Thank you very much, Verity Hound. That's, wow. Yeah, it's been an interesting journey. For me, what's come out of this week is I know I can now pretty much reasonably conclude how the Kilbini stealth system works for Russian planes. If you don't know what that Kilbini is, it's like it's a mountain range in Russia, but they've named this stealth system, and you basically have these 2 tubes that you put on either side of any old plane, and it can produce a bubble in which loads of planes can travel and they can't be seen. There's a... Thank you, Verity Hound. Thank you. That's very kind. And so you can imagine by spinning up these electrodynamic structures, you can end up with absorbing radar, reflecting radar, and as I said earlier, by changing the pulse stimulation electrodynamically and phasing it, you could actually create objects in the sky which can't be seen but can absorb radar, or can not be seen visually but can produce shaped structures that have the thermal signature of your plane. but not where your plane is. You can shield your plane, but with secondary emissions, because you're using scalar interferometry, you can produce virtual targets for thermal signature heat-seeking missiles. And this is one of the claims for the Kilbini electromagnetic countermeasures system that's claimed for it. And so you do not need to have a stealth aircraft. You can have a whole group of aircraft being enveloped with this stealth bubble. And you can even use the same system to maybe create fake balls of light that are moving around your aircraft. When you understand the implications of this technology, I mean, it's like a kid in the candy shop. There's so much you can do with it. But I don't like killing, and I don't like more efficient ways of killing. I do like ways to more efficiently grow food and store food and produce energy in a clean and environmentally sound way. And whilst all of that is going on, keeping everyone safe that's around the equipment that's doing those jobs. So we have an unbelievably bright future ahead of us. And when I go through that patent next week, you will realize, and some other work of Levengood, you'll realize, my God, he must have been talking to all of the right people. I mean, there's other things that I could have showed you today, and you'll go, oh, seriously? Seriously? Thank you, Corky. Wow. Thank you. Oh, God, I'm going to read some of your comments. It's not quite 2 o'clock here yet. Why haven't they rolled out this tech and around Ukraine? It seems the Russians have lost quite a few airframes. I don't know what the statistics are. Do we really know what the statistics are? What's your take on James Webb's Armada heading towards us? And then, I don't know. I'm not seeing that story. I'll have to look into it. Yeah, thank you, Charles William Thomas Grenier. Wow. It's so many things he said now are flooding into my mind, and like, I mean, maybe at some point when I was a kid and I didn't know it, I was forced to learn these things. I just don't know anymore. But whatever, I'm doing what I can to get it out. If it is something that I was taught, I don't know. Do any Hutchison samples show signs of the metal grains reorienting in the spiral patterns? What they do is they show what we also observed in Henk urine structures. You end up with an area that's affected, and inside the affected area there's loads of little dimples. And looking at the Henk urine sample, and I can actually show this on an aluminium sample. In fact, it's one of the backgrounds I showed in ICCF 25 presentations. It's basically a scallop sphere in aluminium, and it has multiple scallops inside that big scallop. And in each of the scalloped substructures, there is iron concentration in the center of that aluminium substructure. And then in the overall macro sphere, hemispherical section out of the material, there is a copper geodesic structure in the center. It's a thing of incredible beauty. So yeah, I shared that, and I will be talking more about that in the future. But you can see these kind of fractal structures within each other. And what I see is you have a superfluid thing, and when you rotate a superfluid, you get hexagonal substructures that rotate in the same direction. And it's like it's like how a superfluid moves. Okay. Well, I mean, G the Skater is saying, I would love you to delve deeper into how the aquifers and subterranean rivers are essential to life. Well, my father tried to teach me to dowse, and I think that because I'm electrosensitive and because he did try to teach me, maybe I'm going to give it a go. There's a place down the road I can buy some dowsing rods, and I'm going to give it a go. If you look at the 4th chapter in Dr. Alexander Parkhomov's book, Space, Earth, Human, he talks about dowsing because of N radiation, which is relic neutrino radiation, interacting with metals and water, and I'm saying it's the oxygen in the water, and the spine has intervertebrate distances that makes it an antenna for this radiation, which can then be channeled through right and left rotation and cause the dowsing to work. So, you know, these things are just so obvious, really, when you kind of understand the underlying principles. Yeah, so Alex del Castillo, Excalibur was doped with Evos by the Lady of the Lake, glowing the metal. So Excalibur in the Sword and the Stone, it was actually 2 metals. You had the steel metal and the anvil metal, which was probably iron. This is very similar to the Sword in the Stone, where you have 2 metals. You have the steel and the aluminium. And I think basically, if the legends are true, Arthur was very good at controlling charge clusters. The original steel of the sword was completely replete with charge clusters, and he was able to intentionally, through telekinesis and control, energize these structures with his own chi and be able to pull the sword from the stone. Yeah, the limestone is very, very important with regard to the pyramid. I've talked about this. When you have the magnetohydrodynamic system set up, the chi harvester in the pyramid, which is correctly aligned magnetically and it's correctly aligned east-west for the structure to work, you have calcium carbonate in there. Calcium and carbon and oxygen, they're all non-spin nuclei except calcium-43. I very specifically said that all of these non-spin nuclei don't get affected by the flux loop in the same way that spin nuclei do. And when you have the flux loop going through with the chi released from the hydrogen, from proper charge separation of hydrogen, then the magnetic flux loop that goes through with the raw current loop, the vacuum current loop with the chi, that will actually capture the calcium-43. So it's my prediction that in the so-called sarcophagus, there would be a white powder that would be predominantly calcium-43, and it would have bound to it and the oxygen that's possibly captured along with it, condensed etheric matter. And so the showbread baked with the muktva, with the manna, would be this stuff that would be produced in that sarcophagus. Yeah. I'm not going to be here all night. No, I'm going to go soon. I have a lot of extremely nice 50 megapixel images in high bit depth, which I will share about the underground, and some of the artifacts that were dug up there from Roman and claimed even pre-Roman times. Amazing. And yeah, it's very, very clear that there was deep understanding of how the fundamentals of nature worked. And that's it. Just it. It's the lies I can't deal with. Yeah, for those that caught the recording, which because the person said he doesn't want this in public forum, it has to be behind the paywall. Sorry, but that's the way it is. He talks about that in Iberia there are records of the more correct Bible. Thank you above all things. That's very, very kind of you. Thanks for all of the super chats tonight. Just so you get Vanilla Isis, thank you, and also thank you Vanilla Isis for your images that you sent through to rescue me today. I will get better images out of those. Thank you to Gary Johnson, Muggle One. Thank you to Black Tie. Thank you to Verity Hound, Dak. Thank you to Corky Goss, and above all things, really, what a time to be alive. What a responsibility. Yeah, so... Yeah, Tammy's saying Robert Sefer discusses the more correct Bible. Yeah, I really need to go and review presentations at Cosmic Summit. Yeah, love is the superpower for sure. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to call it a night. Thank you very much for all of your donations, your time. Please, I would, you know, I can't overstate the significance of the findings of W.C. Levengood. You will see that many of the things that I've said over the years, he also had already said, and that I am firmly of the belief that crop circles can both be naturally formed and electrodynamically engineered. I think that using the electrodynamic engineering, we can very precisely print things into crops and that they will hold that form, and that we are looking in these two crop circles at the two key crop circle formations that explain the importance of the role of oxygen and hydrogen in this God-controlled power, i.e. water, and that to get it under control you need the 4 subtor structure. And the level of precision in what they showed with this is breathtaking, and it matches the Templars' ancient diagrams, and that possibly these heights are very, very close to the calculated wheel within a wheel within a wheel structure necessary to produce a vacuum current. A vacuum current is caused by a flow of electrons moving in a closed loop, or rather the Poynting vector, but whatever. I think we're very close to having an understanding of what causes the 2 kilo electron volt electron emissions, and I think it is limited by the size of the hydrogen atom as empirically determined. So with that, I will say again, thank you very much. Buenas noches, good night, dobranoc. Thank you, Matthew Reynolds.